Yo, what's up?
It's your channel.
Yeah, I uh something came up with Dr. Cervin, so he had to reschedule our.
That's actually probably pretty good because it's good to have this first one be kind of a little dry run
Yeah.
and to explain to people what's happening. Um, so, you are an Eastern Orthodox Christian
Yes.
and you have been for a while.
Yes. I'm like before the big wave. Yeah.
And your brother is actually an Eastern Orthodox priest.
Yes. Yeah.
So you're not one of these ortho bros creating content that makes patriarchs all over the world cringe.
Yeah. Yeah.
um, but more to the point, I mean, so Tim saw some of my Hebrew Bible studies, and he was like, "Hey, I could do Greek Bible studies." And while I think that's a great idea, it's not really something that fits on my channel. Randos United hasn't completely decided on its format yet. So um, right now, this is on Tim's channel, and Tim, you
That's
should
right.
put a link into the chat.
Filatimo Forum is the YouTube channel.
Okay. Put it into
Sure.
the chat,
Yeah.
so that people can click on it. Um, and so he started his channel, and right now we are on Randos United. It's possible in the future that this type of thing will be a Randos United thing, but like Randos United hasn't made that decision yet, and it's not my decision. There is there it is, right there. And so um, when so Tim actually has an actual scholar of Greek.
Yeah. He's not a
uh,
biblical scholar, thank
okay.
God. Yeah.
And so he's gonna get this going, and I thought it was a wonderful idea. And then when he was talking to Professor, who is it?
Professor Richard Cervin.
Okay,
So his I did a conversation with him. You can find it on my channel.
right.
Um, he is a uh, he has a PhD in linguistics
Mm,
and a focus in classics.
okay,
So his background in Greek is in classics. So ancient Greek classics, and also of course he studied the New Testament Greek, and he also studied medieval Greek, even into modern Greek. So he has a very wide breadth of understanding of the Greek language, which is not common among Greek biblical scholars who are tend to be very focused on New Testament Greek alone. And so I think that he'll be a really he'll have a different perspective. He's not just like pigeonholed into one particular dialect of the language. So he has just a broader perspective. So, and also he's a cool guy. I actually I did a patristic Greek reading group with him years ago, and we just had a really good time with it. And it's one of those things we really enjoyed our time. And when I saw your Hebrew Bible study and how you were conducting it and how conversations went in different ways, I thought it just reminded me of good times I had studying Greek. And so um, when I contacted Dr. Servin, I was like, would you be interested in doing something online? He's like, hey, I just retired and I'm looking for something to do. It sounds great to me. So he's he's excited about the idea. So I think it'll be pretty cool. And um, and I think it'll be interesting to have, um, and the people around your channel is just a very eclectic group of people. So I just think it'd be pretty cool. I'm not the expert. In terms of Greek, I did 2 semesters of New Testament Greek years ago, and I haven't practiced it since then. So I'm just like, I'm essentially a beginner.
Mhm.
Um, so I sort of
Yeah.
myself have hosted this thing, but
Yeah, so when Tim was talking to the professor on his channel, there's kind of a little discussion on Philotimo. Uh, everybody go and actually subscribe to Tim's channel, and then so when you were talking, you were actually thinking you might do Septuagint,
yes.
and as long as it's Tanakh related, so my channel, I'm trying to kind of keep my channel still be like my channel,
Hmm.
and so uh, I mean, I don't know how long we can continue like have it broadcast on my channel. I don't know how long Randos United is going to decide to allow it to be on their channel. So you do want to actually subscribe to Tim's channel. But I thought, hey, so if you're doing the Septuagint, then we could do it on my channel, and I would try to participate a little bit if I can,
Cool.
and then we'll see where it goes from there. But
Yeah.
so and then you schedule this and with the professor, and we actually kind of lucked out because he had to reschedule. So we get to do a little dry run. Next week, it's actually going to be for real.
Hmm. Yeah.
um, but I thought it would. This actually gives us a little chance to talk to people about what this is going to be like and what it's going to be, and to kind of do an introduction and to get people to actually subscribe to Tim's channel.
Hmm.
So anybody who hasn't done that yet, go ahead and do that. Um, other than that, it's all your show, Tim. So I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know what you want to do as far
I
as.
want. I wanted to ask you for Dr. Cervin wants to share some handouts.
Hmm?
And how would you recommend I get like people's email addresses or get some kind of a distribution list together?
Good question. You might want to actually create a Discord server.
Okay.
Um, that might be a good thing to do. I don't know if you were planning on. I mean, um, hmm. So, I mean, I'm not aware. I think this would be more residents. I mean, you're perfectly welcome to post stuff on my Discord server, and if people, from my Discord are interested, or you might even think about doing it on BOM. I am trying very hard not to taint your Greek Bible study with Jacob, because there are definitely people who prefer things that are not related to Jacob at all. And
Hmm.
I very much would like them to feel comfortable on your Bible study when
Okay.
so like this is Tim's thing, which
Yeah.
I am 100% supportive of as much as I can be of Tim's thing. So yes.
Oh, Andrew Tennant says you can put handouts in as a PDF in the chat.
Well, I mean, if the PDF, if you have a link to the PDF,
A
yeah,
link to a PDF. Okay. Yeah.
yeah, you can't like upload a PDF.
Right. Yeah. I was like, oh, you can. Yeah. I can't put files there. Okay.
No, but you can. So I personally sometimes use Safari as Sheets,
Mm,
but that's useful for Hebrew.
hmm.
It's not so useful for. I don't think there's anything equivalent. I actually tend to use a lot of, so if you go to my actual like Hebrew stuff, I used the Bible Hub website a lot,
Okay.
which I found to be very, very useful. I also used Bible Gateway, which I found to be useful, and a few other specifically Hebrew related websites. So you can always, so for example,
Can you put files in Discord?
in Discord you can up to some limit. Yes.
Okay. Like actually,
So
you can have files like on there, kind of like Google Drive or
yes.
something. Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool.
So there's also just, you can also put things on the screen. So I used Bible Hub a lot, and there are various ways you can make it
Cool.
bigger or stuff. Just remember, if you edit any of the, if you make any custom stuff, it's for everybody, not just you.
Custom stuff? You mean like Wiki Bible?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I mean here on StreamYard.
Oh yeah.
So you see, we have these different
Yeah.
custom layouts. Those custom layouts, that's for everybody, not just your channel.
Okay.
And then this is the regular, and generally I use the regular ones anyway. I tried some of the custom ones. Like this one, I actually used for my Torah studies in depth with Ben. Because it's just the two of us and a text, and I found that useful.
Okay.
But so for example, Genesis 1, it has, so let's go to Matthew 1. Matthew 1.
I do want to ask you about the Septuagint and its history. I made my video, which was the Orthodox Catechist's rendition of the Septuagint, and I banged that out on the drive home from church, and I knew you weren't going to let me get away with it.
So let's explain this word Septuagint.
Yeah.
Septuagint oftentimes is, and I'll try to be as fair as I can to the Christians.
My video is mirrored, isn't it?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay.
Although I could read that, so it's
okay. So it just says Septuaginta. Yeah.
So the Septuagints, I would say, but so it's usually abbreviated XLL, LXX, which is for 70, and because it is, and in Hebrew it is called Targum Shivim, which means the translation of the 70, and so the story goes that during the time of Ptolemy, he wanted a translation of the Torah to Greek, and because he did not trust the rabbis, he took 6 rabbis from each tribe, so that's where the number 72 comes from, and he imprisoned them in individual cells and had them each independently translate the 5 books of Moses to, and this is an important detail a lot of Christians forget, the 5 books of Moses to Greek. And the miracle was that when all 72 came back with the exact same text. Now, this miracle is also discussed in the Talmud, which actually says the miracle is not that all of them translated it the same, because hopefully when people who know Hebrew translate it to another language, it should all come out the same. The miracle is, according to the Talmud, is that they decided to change certain things to be more politic with the king, and all of them made the same changes. Now, that is a little bit different from Christian version of the story. Second thing that the Talmud actually has a list of some of these possible changes, and they don't actually match up with the versions of the Septuagint that we have today. So we would say that the Septuagint we have today doesn't reflect the Septuagint as it existed during the time of the Talmud, which let's say is vaguely around the year 400. The Talmud does mention translations into Greek of things other than the five books of Moses. But the general consensus, and Father Stephen DeYoung actually said he was rather glad that I have been making this point because it's a point he has been making to various Christians, is that the term Septuagint only properly refers to the five books of Moses. It doesn't refer to any Greek translation by any Jew that any Christian decided is a good translation of the Bible. And what happened was that during the time Christianity was forming its canon, there were various translations by various and mostly anonymous random Jews from Hebrew and Aramaic into Greek. And some of these were some of the things that were, so for example, Paul of Tarsus, I'll be nice.
Thanks.
So he so he would be so he quotes from the Septuagint, not from the Hebrew. There are things we can tell were obviously from a Greek translation. Famously, I would say Galatians 3:6, and not from the Hebrew. But the so there are certainly translations of the Hebrew Bible that have become canonical within Christianity because they are in the Greek canon of Christianity. And so I am pretty sure Father Stephen would say that the translations by the apostles is holy writ, right? Whereas what has remained for us from being copied generally, and if you look at like critical editions of the Septuagint, one of the things that has become very clear is, for example, the Septuagint version of Isaiah is a pretty bad translation. Like, it's universally agreed this is a pretty bad translation. I don't think Christian scholars disagree that it's a pretty bad translation.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I never really got the sense from Orthodox people that that the Septuagint is like a point of like a point of pride in the sense of like, this is the thing, this is the I do get the impression that there's like there's a value to it, but never I just did that, sorry.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that
Sorry.
so I'll tell you why you shouldn't do that. Very unfortunately, what is quite common, especially for Bible studies, is porn bombers, because they really, really like the reactions they get from coming onto coming on to whatchamacallit.
Thanks for that.
So no, I'm Christian. I wouldn't do that. I have to ask you, Lewis. My question is, how did you find this channel? That's a simple question. How did you find this channel? Okay. Now, and so that's why you have to be careful, because they will come on and turn on their video and flash you with porn, and that's happened several times.
All right.
Yeah, see, that's what tells you that this person is not actually paying attention. So this is I am guessing this is a porn bomber. Sorry,
nice try, man.
Sorry, you might want to.
If Jacob wasn't here, you probably would have got away with it.
Oh, you're a friend of Claire. Yeah, that's definitely not going to get you on here. you might want to have a discussion with us and get to know us before you suddenly show up on our channel and decide we're going to give you airtime. But
so
yeah.
Jacob, I was saying that I didn't think I didn't get the sense. I don't get the sense that the Septuagint is a point of pride among Greek Orthodox.
Right. Okay. So let's go back to that.
Yeah. And also, I did want to mention.
Whoa.
Oh, hello.
That was quick. Are you sure I wasn't going to show porn?
You only said his name
yes,
twice.
I was sure you were not going to show porn, Father Stephen.
You only said his name twice, Jacob.
Yes, Father Stephen. You had points you wanted to.
Set me straight, Father.
No, I'm recovering from Pascha still.
Yeah, I know.
So, but
Christ in
you were talking Greek Old Testament, so
yes. Yes. So Tim has decided that he wants to do a Greek Bible study, and he has a professor of linguistics who is going to be doing that with him.
I heard that bit. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But he wasn't here this evening, so
no. Yeah, he something.
So we'll just make do with Father Stephen DeYoung.
I'll substitute.
You're welcome.
So I was going to say, and Father Stephen can correct me, is that there are at least some ortho bros who believe in Septuagint primacy. And before the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and to this day, I still get people telling me the Masoretic text was written in 1000, and the Septuagint is from 200 BC. Therefore, the Septuagint is right, and yeah.
Unfortunately, there were a lot of people teaching that in Orthodox circles. So it is not entirely those people's fault. One of the reasons I hammer on it so much is because of that. There are a number of, when I'm being polite, I call them oversimplifications that happen in a lot of catechesis. When I'm being less polite, I say they're urban legends that have come around. And I have to be fair to my fellow clergy, right? You can't be an expert on everything, right? Like I can't carry a tune in a bucket. So if you want to learn the 8 Byzantine tones, I am not your guy, right? Like so people I catechize might get a better than average biblical, right? Basis, but they're going to get a below average musical unless I get them with my choir director or my chanter or something to help them. And so what tends to happen is any given priest or catechist has an area or two where they really know their stuff, and the rest they're kind of trying to pull together resources, and some of that ends up oversimplified. So yeah, they people will just say to this day, although it drives me nuts, that the Septuagint is the Orthodox canonical Old Testament, which is wrong on like 8 different levels. I know you already mentioned that the Septuagint is a particular translation of the Torah. So we have more in our canon than the Torah. That's, but so that part's wrong. I mean, the only level on which that statement is true is if by that you mean Greek Christians have traditionally read the Old Testament in Greek. And the actual truth that's reflected in that is that, and this is a difference with Judaism in my understanding, even Second Temple Judaism, is that Christians have always, seemingly, as far as we can tell, held that the scriptures are translatable and carry as much authority in translation as the original.
Right. So I have been very careful to tone down a bit of over anti-translation, which has seeped into Judaism historically for obvious reasons. The Mishnah quite clearly says that the Torah can be read in Hebrew or Greek, right? And so there are people who say that that means the Greek script, which I think is anachronistic reinterpretation personally. But there is that opinion that, oh, no, the Mishnah must have been talking about, oh, you can just substitute Greek script, alpha for aleph.
I mean, it is derived from there, but
I don't think that's a. I mean, who am I to go against some of the rabbis who said this? But I think they were trying to understand things, and now we see that in hindsight, people who know Greek understand that you couldn't read. I don't believe that.
Origen did that. I don't know if you know that.
Oh,
Origen was big on the Hebrew.
Okay.
And he did what's called the hexapla.
This I had heard of.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is, it's called that because there are 6 columns.
Right.
So he had the Hebrew. He had 4 different Greek translations. And then the 6th column was him transliterating as best he could the Hebrew into Greek characters, because, I mean, none of his readers could read Hebrew script. Right?
I see.
Or at that point, Aramaic script, but right.
Yeah, somebody actually, so this gives me a chance to pull this up. Matt C says, Grail Country is debating whether the resurrection is a, and I can't read Greek enough to actually know what that says.
Techne is the modern Greek translation that won't get you
murdered.
Place by
yeah. So I mean, I guess
modern Greeks.
I guess there is some way in which, if you were to translate, because there were certainly many Jews who did not know Hebrew script, and so maybe I should in fact repent of what I've thought of those rabbis. But when it comes down to it, the Mishnah says you can have a Torah scroll in the Greek alphabet or in the Hebrew alphabet.
It seems clear in the Second Temple period that there were, especially in synagogues well outside of Judea, right? So in Asia Minor, right? Synagogues in Rome, even some of the synagogues in Galilee, it seems, you would have readings directly in Greek, but not Aramaic by itself. Because the Aramaic Targums are so free, if you read it in Aramaic, you had to also read the Hebrew.
Yes.
Like alongside it. Yeah.
And the Yemenites still do that to this day. They still read the Hebrew with the Aramaic, even though more people in the synagogues know Hebrew than know Aramaic.
Yeah. And then there's this fascinating thing that happened. I don't know how familiar you are with like Aquila and Symmachus and Theodotion and that whole
Does
history.
sound some is I've
Okay.
heard those names. Yeah.
In the second century, this is more granular detail stuff with Greek Old Testament, right? So technically speaking, Septuagint is that one translation of the Torah. The original translations of the other books of the Tanakh are usually referred to as the Old Greek.
Okay.
Right, to separate it from other Greek versions.
Okay.
And so what gets packaged as like the critical edition of the Septuagint is really they're aiming at the Old Greek.
Okay.
And then in the apparatus, they'll have the other Greek translations.
I see.
So the three major other translations that were produced were in the possibly the end of the first, but realistically, mostly the second century, maybe a little bit into the beginning of the third, by three different people: Aquila, Symmachus, and Theodotion, all of whom were Jewish, not Christian. In the case of Aquila, he was a Jewish person who became a Christian and then reverted to Judaism. The reason why, though, is that he found out once he had become a Christian that he was no longer allowed to practice astrology.
So I took Tim off the page because his son was walking on.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So Aquila, not for the best reasons did he flip back and forth, but or at least the most spiritual. Yeah. But each of those three did new Greek translations, sort of as an attempt to keep a Greek translation of the Tanakh that would be usable by Jewish communities going. Because the Christians had kind of glommed onto it and were interpreting it in certain ways, and particular translation choices they were making use of, right? Let's make some other translation choices to clarify, from their perspective, to clarify it. Right?
Yes. So this is the reaction that Judaism has had to Christian interpretations.
Right.
Is there has been a sort of I hate to call it revulsion.
In some cases, it's accurate.
At the liberties which look, when it became very obvious that a lot of Christians were translating things in certain ways, and I'll go back to Galatians 3:6, right? A lot of the Jewish, we became a lot more dogmatic about the Hebrew. And, I believe that it is bad for our religion to be affected by that sort of a reaction on a permanent basis. Obviously, at the time, I'm not going to speak, who am I to speak of the rabbis who made certain decisions over the thousands of years that have happened, but we cannot be attached to temporal decisions permanently as if this is what, there's a difference between what in halacha is called a takana, which is an edict or something that the rabbis have enacted, and halacha l'Moshe Sinai, and that which was taught on Sinai. And so that distinction is actually one of the things that I personally have been advocating for Jews to remember within
Yeah.
Judaism.
If you get stuck in that reactionary posture, you end up like some hypothetical person who their whole system of doctrine is based on a reaction to medieval Roman Catholicism. I don't know what kind of person that would be, but
never met anybody like that.
yeah. But yeah. So Aquila, Symmachus, Theodotion all do this in that order. It sort of doesn't stick, obviously, right? It's sort of considered a failed attempt, and the Greek just kind of gets jettisoned from Jewish communities. But some interesting things. Also, a note. This is another one of my pet peeves, urban legend things, right? So some of those folks who want to go after the Masoretic text will say, oh, look, St. Justin the philosopher says that the Jews were out there changing the Masoretic text. St. Justin does not talk about the Masoretic text at any point. When he talks about changing the text, he's talking about Aquila, Symmachus, Theodotion, these changes in the Greek text in response to Christianity. That's what he's talking about.
Father, with these Greek texts you're talking about, is this like what time frame is that?
This is Aquila may have been right at the very end of the 1st century.
Okay.
But realistically, we're mostly talking about 2nd century. Then Theodotion goes a little bit into the 3rd century.
So then, what were like the Hellenistic Jews using for their scriptures if they were not familiar with Hebrew?
Before that, the Old Greek.
Okay.
Now there's an exception. I'll get to that in a second. There's a weird exception. But I want one other interesting fun fact. So 2 days ago, this may not be true for Andrew because I know the Coptic. I actually have a Coptic Holy Week book, but I know the traditions are different on some of this stuff. Like they read the entire book of Revelation at their Paschal Vigil, which we know.
It's crazy.
Yeah, the Chalcedonian. But so we Holy Saturday 2 days ago, seems like longer, but I was awake most of that time. That's why. So if you do I had a baptism and some chrismations, received some people into the church. So we did the more ancient baptismal form of the liturgy, which has 15 Old Testament readings, one of which is the entire book of Jonah, to give you an idea of how long these are.
Aww. No, I appreciate that because we read the entire book of Jonah on Yom Kippur.
Yeah, and one of them is we read the story of the crossing of the sea, and then when we get to the Song of the Sea in Exodus 15, that gets chanted.
So the 7th day of Passover celebrates the crossing of the sea.
So we've incorporated a lot of into
nice. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Nice.
And the last one is the last of the 15 is the story of as they say in New Jersey, the Tree Holy Utes, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and their song also gets sung, but the version of that is read in Orthodox Orthodox churches on Holy Saturday is translated from the Greek, but it's not from the Old Greek. It's Theodotion's version.
Okay.
So the version we read authoritatively and liturgically on Holy Saturday is from a Greek translation made by a non-Christian Jew in the early 3rd century AD.
Right.
Okay. Which I like pointing out to Orthodox people because it screws up all their Septuagint theories, right? Like,
so I'm
in general.
So really quick, I want to ask you, and then we'll get to Chad's questions, and then want to continue this question. But did you get a chance to read that part of the Talmud that I sent you regarding Jew who can be called a Jew? Because the Talmud there actually says that any Gentile who is rejects idolatry is called a Jew, as in a member of the tribe of Judah, they're talking about why Mordechai, who's from Binyamin, could be called thing, and they derive it actually from the three Utes. So that's where they get, because they say when they are referred to as Jews, it actually means that they are Gentiles who rejected idolatry.
The idolatry.
Yeah. Chad wanted to ask about the book of James and whether it was written in Hebrew or Greek. I don't know too much about it, but Father Stephen does.
Yeah, there's no direct evidence that anything in the New Testament was written in anything other than Greek. There is indirect. For example, there are. It depends on how you understand these things. That there was some version of the gospel according to St. Matthew in Aramaic first.
Right.
But the problem is we don't have anyone, even among like the early church fathers, who just says St. Matthew wrote his gospel in Aramaic first. We have a kind of cryptic reference in Papias that we have secondhand that says he wrote the Logia of Christ. And so the whole theory of Q is based on that. But Logia, as it was used at that time, I mean, this goes way down a rabbit hole, but can include deeds as well as words. Right. So that could be a reference to a whole gospel in Aramaic. This also, then you have to get into the whole relationship between what was called the gospel according to the Hebrews and St. Matthew's gospel, which is a whole other kind of kettle of fish. Because the gospel according to the Hebrews, also sometimes called the gospel according to the Nazorians, which may also be the same thing as the gospel of the Ebionites, we're not sure, was very clearly written in Aramaic, because when it gets referenced by church fathers, they're having to explain things. So there's a passage in it, for example, where when it was translated into Greek, Christ referred to the Holy Spirit as his mother. And so Greek-speaking Christians were like, what? And so they had to kind of explain, well, no, right, like feminine noun, ruach, right?
There are Christians who tell me that because of the feminization of the Shekhinah, Judaism worships a mother goddess and is idolatrous, and any reference to the Holy Spirit being feminine is blasphemous and idolatrous.
Well, English speakers, you know, you don't have all these problems with pronouns in other countries. They understand the difference between language, gender, and biological sex, and that there's not really a relationship. Like French people don't think tables are like biologically female.
Okay, yes, but so, I have to say, I mean, I do have to say there is this concept of God's feminine aspect. Like, so one of the things I tell Trinitarians is, I'm fine with the number 3, but I also like the number 2, and I also like the numbers 4, 5, 6, right? So there is the masculine and feminine of God, which I think is right there in Genesis 1, where it says that God created human beings in male and female. And so we do have a very developed concept in Judaism of, for example, so the foundation that I'm helping to create for this little corner. Right now, the name appears to be Em Habanim Smecha, the joyful mother of children, which is, as far as Jews are concerned, a reference to God as our mother.
Yeah.
And so referring to God as our mother is a Jewish thing.
Right. So if it is a true statement that aspects and qualities that for us correspond to biologically female humans find their perfection in God, then yes. The argument is language gender carries that weight. Well, the answer is no. Right?
No. So, but what I just want to make clear is, so sometimes, we're talking about ways in which the monarchical trinity can qualify as some Jewish conception. And for me, like, if you can say there is a hypostasis of God that is God the Father, in a similar sense, I would say there is a hypostasis of God that is God the Mother. It is not a completely open panel, but people who are known in this thing, there is a StreamYard link, and so people who have already been on this channel before and aren't here just because we have a very famous celebrity can, in fact, jump.
That's me.
I'm a medium-sized fish in a tiny pond.
I forgot what we were talking about before. Oh, one more question.
There's also a difference. Like, for example, I know you're friends with some Mormons, right?
I am, yeah.
And they believe that there's a heavenly Father and a heavenly Mother. That's not what you're saying. Right?
No.
Those are two different people who used to be humans.
No.
Right? No. But even with take out the humans part, right?
Right.
So that's not the same.
What I would say is, in the same way that we would refer to God as our Father, we would refer to God as our Mother.
Well, in different regards, right? Fatherhood and motherhood are different things.
They are definitely different things.
So not in the same sense, right?
But like, fatherhood is like, and this is the thing, like when you're trying to map it onto the Trinity, well, like, but I'm not trying to map it onto the.
Neither am I for that.
There are things, but there are things which we would call I would say, in a sense, are how I understand how monarchical Trinitarians are using the term hypostasis, which would equally refer to God's kingship, God the Mother, God the Father, in Judaism. The
disambiguation there, I think, is that so. And I think this touches on, wanting to limit it to 3. Although Aristotle said everything that comes in 3s is perfect. So that's
when he becomes a Rishon, we'll talk.
Yeah. Maimonides liked him anyway. So
he did.
Maybe a little too much, but
I wouldn't say too much, but that fight is very live in Judaism.
Yeah. But yeah, in terms of going beyond that is, for us, we would disambiguate between the divine energies, which for us would be an expression of some of the things that you're talking about, from the persons of the Trinity. So for us, for example, when we say God the Father is God the Father, we mean we're using it in that sense to say he is the Father of the Son, right? When we talk about the fatherhood of God as it's reflected toward all creation, right? that it would be one of the divine energies. And so you could put motherhood in that category also. You couldn't say that he is the mother of the son within our Trinitarian framework. That would be to confuse that relationship. But those qualities that we would group together in motherhood that's referring to his activity.
So, okay. With apologies to Tim, I am going to go ahead and flash this up. So, in our understanding, and I wouldn't say this if a rabbi who is competent to say such things had not already said it on YouTube, is he said that when we talk about Chachma, which is referred to in Kabbalistic texts as father, Bina, which is called mother, and then there is the son and the daughter. We would see the Sfirot as they manifest in Atzilut, in the worlds of emanation, as being, as I understand it, what you would refer to as pure essence, as opposed to energies. And this is where sometimes we end up with questions when it comes down to okay, how much are we agreeing or disagreeing? Because when in Psalms it refers to Em Habanim Smecha, the mother of the children is joyful, we believe that is a reference to God in Scripture.
Yes. So the key distinction for us between essence and energies is really what is knowable and what is unknowable. Right.
Okay.
Energeia is God's activity in creation. Right? His activity toward us, which we come to know not intellectually, but by participation in it.
Would you say that which
knowledge?
Would you say that which is revealed by Scripture is something that we know of our knowledge, or something that is divinely gifted understandings of God?
So I don't think either of those quite covers it. Right?
Okay.
So from a Western Christian perspective, at least a traditional one, I mean, you get all kinds of things now, but from a traditional one, they tend to posit revelation, which includes Scripture, or if you're a Protestant, is Scripture, right? As propositional knowledge. Right? It's a list of here's a factual things about God that have been revealed in the text itself, right? As text. To that we say no, right?
And I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is the distinction between knowing someone and knowing things about someone.
Right.
There are people like my wife's doctor, her parents, who know my wife, know more things about my wife, details about my wife and her blood chemistry and her, exact height and all these things than I know. But I know my wife in a very different way than they do.
Yes.
Right. And a deeper and richer and fuller way.
Yes.
So, and I think there's in some of the stuff I've written, I use a passage in St. John's Gospel to kind of get at this. But for us, the scriptures are a witness to the participation of humans in that experiential knowledge, that reflect that and then present a means for us to have the same experience through the meditation upon scripture and through keeping the commandments, right? Following the scripture, following the way of life, right? Presented in scripture. But the goal is not to try to isolate what happened at some point historically in the past, but to come to participate in that ourselves now, to come to know the same God that they came to know, right?
Yeah.
And so it presents guardrails in that, right? Where I could say, I had this experience that I think was a religious experience. It's not consistent with this, so it's a delusion, right? It's something else, right? But I think that's fundamentally how it functions. When we were talking about the Messiah, right, and your challenge, right, for prophecies that Christ uniquely fulfilled, right? I think the Gospels are, and I think it's clear this is the way they present themselves, right? Is we are people who knew Jesus, or in the case of St. Luke, I went and talked to a whole bunch of people who knew Jesus, right? And this is what they saw, this is what they experienced, this is what he said, this is what he taught, this is how he lived. And based on all this, we believe he's the Messiah, right? And then the goal for us in reading the Gospels, right, is a means through meditation and application of coming to know Jesus as the Messiah ourselves, right, as Christians, to come to that same kind of knowledge and realization.
Okay.
Right? Like that's the thought. And a tidbit, because I told you I was going to do this.
Okay.
Push back on your Christians have an egalitarian Bible thing. We don't.
Okay.
The Gospels have always been treated differently than the rest of the New Testament. This is true liturgically. Okay. This is true liturgically. It has always been.
Yeah.
The earliest manuscripts, the Gospels are separate.
Father Steve, you have to understand.
Yeah.
I come from a world where I thought Protestantism was Christianity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And in the Protestant world, and I could pull up the clip of a very large, and I think I may have in fact pulled up the clip for you of Mike Winger saying when Jesus was speaking in the Gospels, he wasn't speaking to us, right? And Paul is speaking to us, and I'm sure you've seen the dispensationalist.
That's the dispensationalist thing, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, where like it's at Pentecost that the new. Right. So
you have
Jesus's
to do that.
Life is just things that happened.
If you're a Protestant, you have to do that to some extent. The dispensationalists go all the way with it, right? Because if you read St. Matthew's Gospel, right, you read the parable of the sheep and the goats. It's the only place in the New Testament where the criteria is laid out for the day of judgment, the end of days of the last judgment. How are we going to be judged? Who goes to heaven? Who goes to hell? Who's a sheep? Who's a goat? Who has a part in the resurrection and who doesn't? And you know what it's based on? Entirely on works.
Yeah.
Entirely on works, right? And that it's right there. That's what Jesus said it's based on. So if your whole ethos is works are completely irrelevant, it's just based on whether you believe certain premises are true or not. That's what you're going to be judged on. You're going to be given a theology true-false test. And if you get it right, heaven. You get it wrong, hell. Right? Then you can warp what St. Paul wrote into sounding like that if you're careful about skipping certain passages. Right? But you can't get that out of the Gospels. And so the dispensationalists are just very consistent and say, oh, he's talking to Jewish people when they eventually become Christians down the road.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So then,
And St. Paul, who we've turned into this antinomian, right? That's for us, right? We just go with Romans the way we read it, which is 1 through 3, 5, 9 through 11. Forget the rest, right? We say that's systematic theology from St. Paul. Right? This is our.
Yeah, I definitely have encountered that, Father. That growing up Protestant Bible studies and stuff, it's like, well, the context is he's talking to the Jews and they needed to hear this. Yeah, absolutely, 100% have heard that before.
Yeah, but you look at traditional Christianity going all the way back as far as we could tell, right? Gospel books and epistle books are separate books. We still have this in the Orthodox Church. Lots of Catholic churches still have it.
I can't read the gospel in church.
Exactly. Only clergy can do the gospel reading.
Mm-hmm.
Laity, anybody who walks in off the street can do the epistle reading.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We do the little entrance. We do a procession with the gospel, which is just replacing the procession with the Torah scroll. But we do it with the 4 gospels instead of the 5 books of Moses. Right? It's night and day. Purpose the Torah serves in the Tanakh is served by the gospels in the New Testament. Like there's a direct parallel that's expressed 100 different ways. It's just been jettisoned in a lot of Protestant.
I'll give you a tiny bit of trivia, which will shock pretty much everyone. We call it the 5 books of Moses and the Chumash because it is split into 5. But the Talmud very clearly says, and Rashi quotes, that actually there are 7 sections of the Torah, and that is the halachic, the actual Jewish law, which very few people know. So if you ever want to bowl an Orthodox rabbi over, right, ask him how many scrolls, how many Sifrei Torah are there? And if he says 5, he's wrong, because there are 7. Because in Bamidbar, there's a small section called Ve'i ben Soa, which we say in the liturgy, but it has 2 upside down nuns around it, and that it says that when the Mashiach comes, that section will move to its correct location, wherever that is, which for the people who want to read the Torah very propositionally, which has started happening in Orthodox Judaism, oftentimes in response to people like trying to in reaction to the liberal forms of Judaism, if you're taking the Torah way more literally than you should, you have to ask yourself, well, what does that mean that the letters are going to move and be rearranged and we're going to understand it differently?
Yeah, that doesn't really work if it's propositional content.
No, it does not. It does not.
Well, I was just going to say that me categorizing. Let me be clear. I know sometimes it sounds like I'm just going after Protestant, but I've read this stuff. I could point you to this stuff, right? Go and read Charles Hodge's Systematic Theology from Old Princeton, right? Find Presbyterian Calvinist. When he lays out at the beginning of his Systematic Theology his method, he says theology is a science. We extract data from the scriptures in logical propositions. We tie them together logically, right? We make good and necessary inferences, And so he says the findings of exegesis, when you do it properly, are just as sure as the findings of science. So I'm not just caricaturing Protestant. Like this is the self-concept of like classic American Calvinist Protestantism.
You're making Phlebas hot under the collar. Phlebas is a friend of ours who is a long-standing member with his family of several generations of the CRC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's got one on me because my Dutch relatives were all heathens in the old country. When my grandparents came to this country, they joined an RCA church because that was the only place where there were other people who spoke Dutch. But they ended up actually becoming Christians. And so my dad was raised in a church. And so when the RCA went off the deep end in the 70s, he was a deacon and we went into the CRC to get away from that. So I don't have a ton of generations in the CRC. I just have my own childhood. But no, this, and so again, yeah, that the fact that I criticize it doesn't mean I'm misrepresenting it, right? Because Hodge, if he were alive, would agree with that. He would say, yes, it is propositional. They teach this at Westminster Seminary, folks. They teach that the New Testament is propositional content. This isn't me caricaturing things. This is people who believe this say that that's what they believe. That's how they teach it.
Well, I mean, this is part of what this little corner and certainly my channel and these channels really attempt to do is to have a serious discussion where we do engage each other in order to try to understand. And Phlebas says, I jest, and the criticism might be needed more than ever right now. But look, I was very surprised at how mysterious so many Christians thought Jews are. And it makes perfect sense, while at the same time we kind of feel like, oh, well, like you have art scroll books all over the place. You can know as much about Judaism as most Jews do really easily. And it's funny, like some of these Noahites, like Elijah from my, we're doing a Halachic Man book study at his request. And he knows more about Judaism than like 99.9% of the Jews. And it's like, Elijah, stop reading so much about Judaism. If you're going to convert, or go find yourself a girlfriend, but like, stop.
It is, speaking as someone coming from outside, it is actually very hard to learn about contemporary Judaism.
Art Scroll has a lot of really nice books. They're expensive,
but that doesn't do it.
Yeah.
It really honestly doesn't do it. I have Neusner's translation of the Mishnah. I've had it for years, right? But it's not the only reason I think I can comment with some understanding on, for example, like Reformed theology, is because I got an MDiv from Westminster and I studied with brilliant people, many of whom I still personally admire as people who believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
that's why I think I have an understanding. So to me, I could get all the books I want. I could go wait for a rabbi to die and sell his library to half-price books, and I could go buy the whole thing, right? That's still not going to be the same as having actual interactions. And I think I told you, I mean, I tried to get the Orthodox rabbi in the town I lived in before here to let me just sit in and not say anything in his Talmud class, and he said no.
You're a priest.
I know. I'm not saying I blame him, but I mean, I'm just saying it's not easy
Okay.
for me to make friends and get somebody to talk to me about this.
Okay.
Kind of stuff.
Let me say something.
Yeah.
Depending on which denomination of Orthodoxy, they're all going to say no.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they if you go and sit, they will actually be perfectly happy, because Rabbi Moses Feinstein, who you could say in a certain sense in the United States is like, well, he passed away, but his rulings are, like he's the patriarch of America in Jewish terms, Lavdil, right? He was asked this question of if a Gentile wants to attend one of your classes, he said you don't have to protest, meaning that if somebody does, that's fine. You don't have to like shoo them away. But if you were to ask, the answer is very definitely.
So that was my mistake, was asking.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. The Reform rabbi would hang out with me anytime I wanted to, but he was kind of crazy. So
So this is your fault that I'm going to a Reformed synagogue, because I have a very good friend who is a rabbit, and that's what I call female rabbis and Reform rabbis in general, because rabbit is actually kind of modern Hebrewish female of rabbi. And if she were a man, I think she would be an Orthodox rabbi, but that's not allowed in Orthodoxy. And she does a very good job. And after my time going to Orthodox churches, and Andrew, I forget the name of the priest. He said hi, Father Stephen, but I forget his name. And Andrew and Richard and I went to a service for it was like the 12 stations.
Father John Fenton.
Mm-hmm. Yep, from St. Michael's.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like once I'm doing that, I can't really defend my complete rejection of everything Reform and conservative very much. But in a very real sense, I mean, I say when Andrew Clavin converted and he is an Anglican now, from Reform Judaism, I believe he's a lot closer to Judaism than he was before he converted to being an Anglican Christian.
Yeah. That's something I kind of face here, because this area is 70% Roman Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
And despite what some people may think, I'm not actively going out and trying to recruit everyone and shut down the Roman Catholic Church. But there are a lot of people here with everything going on in the Roman Catholic Church who are basically deconstructing.
Mm.
And if I don't say anything and I leave them alone, or I don't welcome them into the Orthodox Church, they're just not going to be Christians.
Yeah.
And to me, even if that gives me a bad reputation with the local bishop and the local, Catholic clergy.
We have it
let people,
We have it a bit easier. So Rabbi Moses Feinstein, said that Reform synagogues are as bad, if not worse, than churches, and it is forbidden to walk into them, and they do not represent Judaism. So for us, that's not even. So my whole thing was like, yeah, if I'm going to a church, Reform synagogue, very similar things. And yes, there are, if there were Reformed Jews watching us, they would be losing their mind. But for the same reason, we end up not having very many mainline Christians in this little corner, we also end up not having any Reform or conservative Jews that I know of in this little corner.
Oh, before we go too far past the talking about the entrance and the gospel book and stuff, I think if you ever visited my parish here in Lafayette, Jacob, the thing that would probably freak you out the most would be when I'm making the entrance and people sort of group around to touch the hem of my vestments. As I'm on the way past. So there's lots of little things.
Well, I mean,
even in customs that have stuck around.
Yeah, that's so. I found out about the Christian kiss or whatever you guys call it.
Oh, the kiss of peace. Yeah.
Yes, kiss of peace.
Yeah.
And I was like, and then I went and I was like, in Judaism we have a lot of kissing. Like in Sephardic circles, we kiss the rabbi's hand. We certainly kiss. I mean, everybody kisses Torah, kisses tzitzit, kisses mezuzahs. Kissing on the mouth, that's kind of, yeah. But
we, for the record, haven't for a long time kissed on the mouth. You usually get both cheeks. and it's two or three, depending on the Slavs tend to do it 3 times, and Byzantine Rite tends to do it twice.
And then you get a catechist who's or a catechumen who's not done it before, and they get all disoriented, and you end up with a kiss on the mouth anyway.
Well, yeah, that's true. Or you smack noses. You do on the way past. Or, yeah. That's the place where that gets interesting. Is so once a year, our whole diocese gets together, and the bishop likes to have all the clergy can celebrate. So it's like the bishop, like 40 priests, 6 or 7 deacons, right? Like all serving at once in this giant gang. And so you get to the point in the liturgy where all the clergy have to go and exchange the kiss of peace with the bishop and then with each other.
Wow.
And the choir has to draw out this hymn to cover it. And it starts turning into a whale song after a while.
So I have a question. Tim's brother is a Greek Orthodox priest, and you're Antiochian Orthodox. Yes. Can you celebrate Mass?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We're in complete communion with each other. The only problems right now are the Greeks and the Russians.
Right.
Can celebrate together. And we're still feuding with Jerusalem. Antioch and Jerusalem are feuding.
Really?
Over, okay. Well, yeah. So
over Cyprus or something?
Qatar.
Okay.
So yes, it's over Qatar. So what happened is Qatar has, Christian community, mostly foreign workers. Right, Orthodox Christian community. Qatar is within the historic territory of the Patriarchate of Antioch.
Okay.
But the vast majority of Antiochian clergy over there are Syrian, some Lebanese, some Jordanians, some Palestinians. Right, some of them have Israeli citizenship. But for pretty much all of those folks, the government of Qatar doesn't necessarily want to let them in. Right. So they were having trouble getting a priest in there to serve that community.
Okay.
And so the Patriarch of Antioch and the Patriarch of Jerusalem cut this deal where they sent a Greek priest from the Patriarchate of Jerusalem who didn't have any connections to anybody in there to serve that community.
Okay.
Right. So they had that agreement. Everything was fine. And then the Patriarch of Jerusalem decided to make that priest the Bishop of Qatar.
Okay.
Which that then made the Patriarch of Antioch mad because he's like, you're trying to take a
I
whole
see.
country of my territory now and like plant your flag in it,
Okay,
right? And that wasn't the purpose of this deal, and so
I see.
they're
I
not
see.
getting along right now.
Okay, so that makes you visiting Israel even more difficult.
Even more tricky, yes,
Yeah.
than it would otherwise be. Yes. So yeah.
I almost want to ask you about, and feel free to just ignore the question and move on. The ortho bro who got arrested on Thursday.
I haven't.
Okay.
It was Holy Week. I I don't know anything about it. I don't
Okay.
know. The only thing I heard, I was listening to a news show I listened to where they were talking about it a little. And they made it sound like this was just some guy who was trying to impress people. Like, hey, I know something you guys don't know. And it ended up creating a major international incident. But
Yeah,
I heard that secondhand, and that's about all I know.
Apparently, there were Ukrainians on his very small gaming thing, which took the information, and there were some claims in the news that he did it because he is a Christian who was opposed to the war and maybe had sympathies either with the Patriarchate of Moscow or Ukraine.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a whole. So there are some folks, and they've been on NPR, who are very invested in trying to create a meme that any convert to Orthodoxy in the United States, it's because they're a right-wing Putin stan. It's not that doesn't happen. You could go back a few years ago to an interview I did where I said sometimes we get those people showing up in church. That made a lot of people mad when I said it. But what I said was, hey, people show up at your church for whatever reason, some of them good, some of them bad. You know, the purpose of the catechesis process for a year is to get them to the good place from wherever they were, right? To work with them, and
Yeah.
But their meme was just, these are bad people, right? Throw them out, and or the Orthodox Church are bad people because these people are there, right? Be afraid. And so,
Father, are you referring to the article that came out from was it from the Fordham people that ended up on NPR?
Yeah, there's Fordham connected people involved in this, and the Fordham guys. Yeah.
So I want to introduce Father Eric. Father Eric Seitz is a very important member of this community. He is a Roman Catholic priest in North Dakota. And he said, using top secret security clearance for Discord clout, shaking my head. He on Sunday afternoons, he has a live stream on Randos United, and I just wanted to make sure to mention him because he is a valued and respected member of our community.
Yeah, I wanted to interject, Father. You're talking about the people showing up. I'm just speaking from my experience. In a Greek Orthodox church, we have like the people who are showing up. I was kind of expecting a big influx of the internet people.
Yeah.
And what I've actually seen is a cross section of a lot. There definitely are numerous. We had 12 baptisms on Lazarus Saturday. Lots of people coming in. Some of them there's definitely like some of the internet people, but it's kind of a cross section of all kinds of different people. And when people do show up and they are coming from, the internet culture, and then they're drifting into the Orthodox Church, every single one of those people so far have been somebody who came in like, I don't really know. I'm here. I want to learn. I want to.
Yeah.
They're coming in with with the attitude of, I don't already know everything. I'm here to find out what this is all about.
Yeah.
Even though they did come from the internet and Jay Dyer and all these people. And so I really haven't seen that like hyper I don't know, ortho bro attitude. I don't know. I just haven't seen.
I am less hostile to at least several of those people, the well-known ones, than most of my friend circles, shall we say.
Yeah, and what I don't flag
Yeah.
toward those guys either. You know, like yeah.
But
Or just
yeah,
there's that sort of like stereotype that probably people imagine,
yeah.
and I really haven't seen much of that really.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's not that it doesn't exist. It's
Mhm.
that, you know, these cases are taken to. Matthew Heimbach was a real person who managed to get excommunicated twice from the Orthodox Church, which is something. And I don't mean cut out, like you can't receive communion for a while. I mean like anathematized, thrown out twice. That takes some skill, right? He managed to sneak back in, and then they found out who he was, and they threw him out again. So there are all these people, and I once had a guy show up at a Vesper service we'd never seen before. So we go to talk to him afterwards. First thing out of his mouth is, "I think Vladimir Putin is a great leader." And I'm like apropos of nothing, you know, like, we're all looking at him like, okay, you know, like, who cares, you know? So there is, I mean, there are folks like that, but there are people who show up for other kinds of reasons too, and that's what I was talking about in the interview, right? I mean, we get people who, you know, their Protestant denomination starts ordaining women. And so they say, okay, well, I'm going to go join the Orthodox Church because they don't ordain women, right? It's like, well, okay, but we're not just your church, but doesn't ordain women, right? This is a whole different tradition. This is a whole different. So for whatever reason people show up, right? You work with each person individually, right? To say, hey, where are you at? What is it you're looking for? Sometimes they're looking for the right things, and you just have to show them. Sometimes they're not looking for the right things, and you need to show them what they should be looking for, you know? But yeah, that whole demonization thing. So there, I don't care. So you mentioned the Fordham people. There's a very small group, mostly in academic circles, of ethnically Orthodox people in the U.S. who are just manifesting the neurosis of the white liberal in full bloom, which is, we don't want to actually change anything. We know we can't really change anything, but we want to perpetually virtue signal that we're the good ones who would really like things to change if that were possible. Right. And just want to sort of agonize over the plight of all the women who aren't being ordained, you know, all the time. And, you know, the folks who can't be married to someone of the same biological sex in the church. And, you know, just, isn't this horrible? Isn't it horrible? We're horrible. Flagellate. You know, it's the same thing as, you know, the rich white liberal who's a member of the country club is not going to quit the country club no matter what happens, but really wishes you could get some more ethnic minorities in there so they could feel better about it, right? Like, it's that whole pathology.
Unfortunately, in Orthodox Judaism, we've reached the point where people are now claiming to represent Orthodox Judaism when they obviously do not, who are ordaining women and I mean, there's a rogue rabbi that got kind of weird, but yeah, we have similar problems, and I think there's a real reason why in this little corner the only Jews I know who are involved are Father Eric are Orthodox Jews. So Father Eric, Father Stephen, Father Eric.
Hello. I've seen you on the internet every once in a while, and I just read God is a Man of War, and I loved it.
Oh, thank you.
And I based my Easter Vigil homily basically on that, because we do Exodus, the crossing of the Red Sea for our second reading. So, 2 thumbs up.
Thank you. That was helpful to you.
Yeah. I've got a really random question while you're here, Father Stephen. In your book, you say that Theodosian's translation beat out the other Old Greek translation.
For Daniel, yes.
Why is that? I don't know.
It seems to be just the one that was preferred. The language was preferred for public reading.
Okay.
But so that teaches us something about how the ancient church saw the text, right? Because if they were looking at it as this is a series of propositional statements and we need to get back to the original, like what was in the mind of Daniel or whatever, then that wouldn't fly, right? You'd have to find this is the authoritative version based on some kind of historical thing or based on, well, this is the one the apostles quote, or this is the one that, right? But the reality is the purpose that text was serving was a liturgical purpose. And so the translation that best lent itself to that liturgical purpose is the one that was used liturgically.
And then another super random one. You mentioned that I'm forgetting where in here that there's differences between the Septuagint and the Masoretic, and it could
between
be
the Greek and Hebrew traditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it could be that the Septuagint is reflecting older tradition.
Well, so one of the things we know, so over against the anti-Masoretic text people, it's very clear that what is now called the Masoretic text, minus the work of the Masoretes, right? So you can't really call it that, existed, right? At the time of the Dead Sea Scrolls, existed by the 3rd century BC, right? It pretty much in toto. We could argue about Daniel. I don't really want to, but if you really want to, we can argue about Daniel. Because not all of Daniel's in Hebrew, then that opens a whole other can of worms. Right? That definitely existed. It's referred to. We usually call it the Proto-Masoretic text because the Masoretes weren't around yet. So it's the text that became the Masoretic text. And in terms of the consonants on the page, it's pretty much identical, right? There were also, however, other versions in Hebrew that existed in the Second Temple period. So, for example, both a Hebrew version that looks like the Vorlage to the Greek Jeremiah and the Proto-Masoretic version of Jeremiah were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay.
They had both versions of Jeremiah. So the one that ended up being translated into Greek and collected in the Greek collections was a translation of one of those two. And the one that ended up becoming canonical in Jewish communities, by which I mean being used liturgically, being read, right, was the other, was the Proto-Masoretic that then became the Masoretic. So that's what I mean when I say just because, the Greek is a translation of the Hebrew, that doesn't always mean for certain, right? And which one of those versions of Jeremiah is older? I mean, you got to write journal articles and dissertations on something, right? But in terms of actual proof, right?
Gotcha.
I tend to think the Masoretic one is probably older. But there are cases where, so my understanding of the whole Isaiah issue, where they talk about like Proto-Isaiah, Deutero-Isaiah, right? Want to divide it up, is, if you read Isaiah carefully, it says that his disciples kept and wrote down his prophecies and saved them, right? And so this may be a situation where you have multiple collections, the same way the book of Psalms is made up of multiple collections of Psalms, right? That there were, and they don't have to have circulated separately, but you could just have, well, let's collect all of these prophecies of Isaiah, then we'll add this set, then we'll add this set. It's all Isaiah. It's all right. You don't have to pull things apart and split things up. So there's really nuanced textual history to some of these things, and nobody wants that. Everybody wants like, which one is older? Which one is my team's version? My team's version is definitely the real one, the best one, and the older one. But it's more complicated than that. That's why I talk about traditions. I talk about the Hebrew textual tradition, the Greek textual tradition, and there's a lot within that, right? And there's different periods of time, different parts of that, right, become more important.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Hey guys, I have to log off here. Before I do, I want to give a plug for our Greek Bible study. We're going to be continuing next Monday night. So, and also before I say that, I want to Dave Walker and Matt C. Yeah, I didn't mean to denigrate the Ortho Bros. What I meant to say there is that when the Ortho Bros have shown up at our church, they turned out to be normal people, and they were
actual humans.
They were humble. They were there to learn, and they weren't trying, despite what some people might think. So next Monday, 5:00, we're going to have our continue our Greek Bible study. We're going to be looking at the Septuagint, and I've got Dr. Richard Cervin, who's a PhD in linguistics, and he with a focus in the classics. He has a very broad knowledge of Greek, and he's going to bring some materials. We're going to study a little bit about the history of the Septuagint, and then we'll get into reading Septuagint. And I'm not sure which book we're going to start with, but next Monday, 5:00, and I guess it'll be weekly every Monday, and that's on the Philo Timo Forum YouTube channel right up here. So if you guys can make it, great. Thanks for joining, Father.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I didn't want to take away from that. So
no, yeah, please
plug the Greek Bible.
Yeah, do join his channel. So we're for anybody who wants to stick around, we're still gonna hijack Tim's stream and talk. But Tim does have to go. Tim has to go.
All right. Christos Anesti. See you guys.
I have no idea what that means.
It means Hamashiach kum.
Okay. Maranatha, right? It's funny, but my family still speaks Aramaic, some of them, and I didn't understand what they were saying until I went and studied some Talmud, and then I came back and I could understand a bit of the Neo-Aramaic. But the language has changed a little bit over the past 2,000 years. So my grandmother's Aramaic, even though I joke, I actually joked I would kick anybody who contradicted my grandmother of blessed memories off my Discord server for disagreeing with her. But my grandmother's Aramaic was not pure biblical Aramaic. So
how much Arabic do you know?
Very little. Farsi has a lot of Arabic words in it, and modern Hebrew has taken a lot of Arabic. So when they were creating modern Hebrew, they based a lot of it on Arabic. And I mean, when you know the roots,
right.
So this is actually an interesting thing for me. I don't know how much you've been into the Muhammad mythicism crap, but one of the points
trying to get everybody in trouble.
One of the points that the Muhammad mythicists make, which I think is a very strong point, is there's no history before the Quran of a name Muhammad. In Greek, in Arabic, right? That root Hamad, right? So in Hebrew, Muhammad, it's an actual word. So it's like, and so.
But it
and,
seems like a title. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a title, and I mean, when you look at the Quran, there is this theory that it was developed in Aramaic and then was adopted by Arabic speaking peoples. And the mythicists would say that Muhammad started as a simply beloved in the text of the Quran, and then Muslims started naming their kids Muhammad. So yeah, that's the Muhammad mythicist position. And the reason for it is you can't, there's no construction in any Arabic we're aware of that turns the roots Het Mem Dalid into the word Muhammad or anything like it.
Yeah. So I'm in the Antiochian Archdiocese, so I'm around a lot of Lebanese, Syrian. I mean, the Patriarch of Antioch is in Damascus, right? So Jordan, right? Jordanians, Palestinians. And their historical traditions about the origin of Islam make a lot of sense with the actual textual data we have. So, yeah, fatwas are going to get issued here. But anyway, Saint Sophronius was the Patriarch of Jerusalem when the Arab invasion happened.
Okay.
And he wrote a text called On the Ways of the Arabs. He talks about how they dressed, what they ate, you know, the whole thing, like their culture, all of this stuff. Never once does he mention that they had a different religion.
What year was this?
This is 7th century. This is when they came and conquered Jerusalem.
Yeah.
And so there's that. There's St. John of Damascus, who was having public debates with Islamic scholars in the courts of the Caliph.
Mm-hmm.
And he, in the second part of his Fount of Wisdom, which is his Against Heresies, describes Islam as a heretical form of Christianity. And there is this sort of embedded traditional memory among Middle Eastern Christians that Muhammad's uncle was a bishop in the Church of the East, sometimes now called the Nestorian Church, though they don't like that. Right. And there is the presence of a lot of apocryphal Jewish literature, apocryphal Christian literature and traditions in the Quran's text itself. The Quran refers to the 7 sleepers of Ephesus at one point, who are Christian saints.
Okay, I'm like, well, should I know that?
Well, who are fairly obscure Christian saints. Father Eric hasn't heard of them, right? It's one of the few Byzantine icons with a dog in it. So the 7 sleepers of Ephesus were the 7 Utes. We keep coming back to the Utes this evening. Who during the last great Roman persecution of Christians under Diocletian fled and hid in a cave. They fled Ephesus and hid in a cave, and there was a cave collapse, and they died, presumably, as martyrs. But then 2 centuries later, they emerged. They came back and emerged in Ephesus, and in various ways identified themselves as these people from 200 years ago, and sort of taught. They weren't teaching some kind of esoteric secrets like trying to start, but were like teaching the Christian way of life, like calling people to repentance and stuff, and then sort of disappeared and died again. So this is a fairly, and most, of course, modern people write this off as a myth and everything. This is a fairly obscure bit of Byzantine, right? Hagiography. That story's in the Quran. Like they're referred to in the Quran. And Averroes, the great Muslim philosopher and commentator, was at all kinds of odds and ends to try to explain what was going on with the seven sleepers of Ephesus in the Quran. Now I think it's just glossed over, right? But why is this here, right? Like, what does this have to do with anything? Like, what? Like, that has to do with Islam? So the idea that Islam started out as some kind of Christian sect and just incorporated a lot of these traditions that were in the region makes a lot of sense to me, and explains why Saint Sophronius wouldn't think, oh, this is another religion. He would think, oh, this is some weird form of Church of the East Christianity, right? Or something.
Yeah, the Quran as a text is very interesting because it appears to be, and this is what Muslims call the linguistic miracle of the Quran, because most Muslims believe that Muhammad was in fact illiterate himself, and it appears to be a text beyond his capacity to compose. And in fact, they've started doing like numerical analyses, and it's in the tradition. And maybe we should go back to the Enochic question somebody asked a long time ago. But like in the Jewish tradition of Kabbalistic texts, there appears to be encoded certain numbers and certain things, and there are places where there are letters which, so there's a joke told by way too many Jews. So there are, the Quran starts with three letters, Aleph Lam Mim, right? Aleph Lamed Mem in Arabic, which it doesn't appear to have any meaning. Now, the Jewish interpretation that apparently my grandfather told my father when he was dating, like as his knowledge of Hebrew was was that it's Ein Lo Mamashut, that it has, which is actually modern Hebrew, but like that it has nothing substantial within it. So that had kind of become a little joke in the Jewish communities in Iran, that that's what that stands for. But like, why you have a text that has three letters, nobody's quite sure where they come from. The Islam mythicist position is a lot stronger than most people are willing to argue for, because for obvious reasons, and some people are more afraid of death than, I guess, a Jew, a Roman Catholic priest, an Antiochian priest, and a Coptic Christian are. Although if you're that afraid of death, Andrew, you might want to.
I feel like we should walk into a bar for some reason.
That'll keep us safe.
So you've heard the joke, a priest, a minister, and a rabbit walk into a bar, and the bartender asks them, what do you want? And the rabbit says, I have no idea, I'm just a typo.
Yeah.
I'm only here because autocorrect sent me.
Back to the Enochic literature thing somebody asked, and I thought we didn't really talk about. So I've actually been trying to look into this a little bit more, and it appears that the Enochic literature was very much into this fight in heaven thing, which thank you for finding that, Father Eric. What does Jacob think? Yeah. So the Enochic literature. So this is, I get this argument a lot from Christians who will say that there were Jews who believed in rebellious angels. And it's like, yes, many Jews throughout history believed in all kinds of things which the Judaism did not approve of. Just ask Elijah. Right?
Well, also, you know, clearly, for example, they believe that at Qumran, because I mean, the Book of Enoch is the second most plentiful text there after the Book of Genesis, right? And then Jubilees is third. So, yeah, and I mean, there's, to me, from a Jewish perspective, I would think you could just say, well, you know, history has proven that the Pharisees were right because everyone else is gone, kind of thing.
That is what they do say. No, this is actually the Jewish. This within Judaism is how we say, you know, who is right is who survives. Lador Vador. There's a reason why even the largest conservative synagogue in Los Angeles, which unfortunately is never generation to generation because their seats are empty of anyone who was there who built it, but it still says Lador Vador on it. It says generation to generation because we survived. We must have been right.
You invented Darwinism before Darwinism was a thing, huh?
In a sense, although certainly not with the natural selection, but more with the
supernatural selection.
Yes, God does decide who lives and dies. That is a very Jewish idea, that God decides who lives and who dies.
Yeah, it's the rebellious angel thing, though, is interesting to me because that seems to get cut off very quickly in post-Christian Judaism. It seems to be fairly plentiful before that and then get cut off very quickly. I say seems to because, for example, already, you know, Trypho is saying Christians blaspheme by saying that there are rebellious angels. Trypho is a foil, so I don't want to give him too much weight, right? But there's at least the idea expressed there already in the 2nd century that in Judaism that idea is done.
Well,
right?
Okay. I mean, I have to say, you know, that. So yes, I believe Judaism certainly consolidated after the destruction, and the Pharisaic Judaism. Like, the thing is, as we see it, the Jewish tree is always constantly splintering, and in fact, usually the majority of Jews believe all kinds of heretical things, and so the weird thing, for example, so this is a very strange thing, which is actually quite uncomfortable for a lot of people who today, for example, reform, right, is that we have zero Jewish communities today, really. I mean, you could point to maybe like the Ethiopians who did not accept the Shulchan Aruch, which was written around the year 1500, right? So everybody who rejected the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law that was written in 1500, they just disappeared, right? And like Reform and many people will go back and most Jews did not believe the things that were codified in the Shulchan Aruch 500 years ago. And Orthodox Judaism will say, yes, and they're not here.
Yeah. The interesting thing to me, though, is, like I said, how quick that was. Because you could find later Jewish texts still playing with ideas that now sound very Christian to people. And the issue of the origin of demons as rebellious angels seems to be kind of a tertiary, right? Like I would think if you're working on separating from Christians and warding off what you see as bad Christian ideas, right? Like certain views of the Messiah's pre-existence, right, as a heavenly being, like that would be one of the first things you'd want to. But that persists for a long time. Versions of that, right? Not the Christian version, but other versions of that, right? Whereas it seems like you have this incredibly popular Enochic literature that by the 2nd century is just like, forget it, right? In Jewish circles, like that's the idea. That idea very quickly is just like, no, you know. So it's just interesting to me. I don't know that there's an answer.
I honestly, I mean, it thinking through Jewish history since then, similar things have. It is actually really, it was surprising to find how quickly Judaism suddenly makes a certain decision, and there were decisions throughout. You know, for example, Takana Rabbeinu Gershom 1,000 years ago that you cannot have multiple wives, right? I mean, to some extent, that wasn't accepted in some communities, including mine. Two of my great grandfathers had multiple wives, but his takanot, his edicts, like just within his lifetime, suddenly, completely, and I mean, this is. Similar things happened with Maimonides. There was a lot of disagreement, even during his life, with the stuff that he said. And we, like Maimonides, is if you completely reject Maimonides, you're just not part of Orthodox Judaism, or even non-Orthodox Judaism at this stage, right? So the fact that there has been this type of, and it's funny because we don't have. It's not like it was imposed. It's not like the rabbis actually, like Maimonides, in any sense, had any political control over the communities which accepted his writings. And to this day, I mean, who gets to be a posek? Who gets to be like Rabbi Moses Feinstein, right? He died in the 80s, I believe. And his decisions in the United States have universal reach in a way that it's almost strange. But I mean, I have to say, I don't believe. I believe there is God acting in this manner.
Yeah, I mean that's our understanding of our tradition too, right? Is that it's the Holy Spirit, right? So yeah. So I get that. So this is an educated guess on my part, based on the Tanakh, right? My educated guess then would be, in terms of how like evil spirits, unclean spirits would be looked at, would be these are things that were created by God that he sort of has on a leash and is using towards some ultimately good purpose, even though they are involved in evil things. Is that basically it?
Yeah. And I mean, when you look, for example, in Torah itself, right? There's no rebellion there.
Yeah, no, it's the whole thing is based on how you interpret Genesis 6:1-4, a chapter in Isaiah and a chapter in Ezekiel. That's the whole thing. And Christianity accepted sort of a version of the Enochic literature's read of those passages, and they got that from, obviously those are Jewish texts for the Second Temple period, but those didn't find lasting within Jewish communities, lasting favor in terms of that being a correct mode of interpretation of those passages.
So earlier I said I don't have any access, and I obviously don't, to what is being studied in the Kabbalistic yeshivot, right? And there are Kabbalistic yeshivot which are still dealing with manuscripts, which I suspect that they must have texts from 2,000 years ago. I personally believe they do have texts from 2,000 years ago. The fact is, if any text were to come out today from any of them, which it implied a free will of anything that is not human, that is like the free will given to Adam, it would be automatically rejected, because it is a clear teaching today that the free will that human beings have is, in fact, the very reason why there is Hester Panim, there is the hiding of God's face, is so that we can choose, a la Deuteronomy 30, between good and evil.
Right.
And that choice itself is the reason why things like Satan exist, so that we could have a choice.
Right. Right. Yeah. And then, and I don't think the historical traditional Christian position was all that different. It becomes at that point more of a technical matter of, did God create them the way they are now, or did God create them differently, knowing they would become what they are now? Right. So either way, it's within his purposes that they are what they are now. Right. That's yeah. Yeah. And so the distinction, I think on the Christian side, at least with St. John of Damascus, he makes this very clear. The distinction between angelic beings and humans is not that we have free will and they didn't, but that we have the possibility of repentance and they don't. Which is in its own way kind of a free will issue.
So
right?
that kind of gets kind of weird, because actually, I have to say, I think there is actually I might even say, I mean, it's possible to say the opposite in Judaism. So there is the concept of Merasha Yotze Resha, right? And so we actually, there are places where there is speech of repentance or turning over of these spiritual, like a return, because repentance in Judaism means to return. It's teshuvah.
Yeah.
Right?
Shuv,
and
turn. Yeah.
Yeah. And there is a concept that there, in fact, will be a teshuvah, right? But so let's get everybody angry at us. So Ata bachartanu mikol ha'amim, you have chosen us, right? So this question of bechira, right? The understanding is that God's choosing bechira is in free will, and there is a sense in which the free will, as in the capacity to affect the coming of the Messiah, we do believe, and I have to say this to any Christians listening: salvation is of the Jews. That
Well, Jesus said that, so I think.
Yeah, that's why that's why I'm quoting him.
Yes.
I thought you didn't believe in the historicity of John.
I don't. No, I believe I actually, and I just said this today earlier. I believe John was an edited Jewish text. I really do. So I put it on a higher level than Luke. But the idea uva letzion goel l'shaveh pesha beYaakov, right, is that it is required of us to do teshuvah in order for the Messiah to come, right? And
that's as basic Pharisaism as you get.
Right. And
I mean, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I am saying things, but when we say that we are the chosen people, that is what we mean, is that it is our repentance which is necessary for the Messiah to come.
Right. Yeah. Which is what I'm always arguing against Calvinists, right? You're chosen to do something. You're chosen for a role that you will either fulfill or not.
You're chosen like a horse is out of a stable.
Yeah. That it's not you're chosen, so you're special, right? Like, you get given everything and everyone else gets given nothing. Yeah.
Father Eric is rather down on me beating up on Protestants. So
I was picking on Calvinists.
Okay.
Not all Protestants.
I just want to give him an opportunity to disavow.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. It just looks unfair. You're always beating up on Protestants. You're never beating up on me. I don't know. What is this?
I feel bad beating up on Roman Catholics lately. You guys are kind of down on the mat. I don't want to keep kicking. I mean,
appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, I mean, the fact is, I think Roman Catholics get beaten up on too much, and Protestants could use it a little bit. You always punch up, right? You always punch up.
Well, we are in America. So, I mean, the mainstream Christianity is Protestant Christianity. The Christianity that has access to the levers of power in this country is Protestant Christianity. We've got a Roman Catholic president, and Father Eric can't do anything about him.
Stop reading my mind, please.
Any Protestant who wants to join is more than welcome. Yeah. Well, this little corner has a what happens a lot is that a lot of the Protestants in this little corner end up not being Protestant after a while. And I mean, that's just a fact.
Yeah. And let me say, when I say our Protestant friends, like on Lord of Spirits, I'm not being totally snarky and sarcastic.
Some of your best friends are Protestant.
Some of my family members are still Protestants, right? Both of my sisters, right? Like lots of, and I was talking about the professors I had at Westminster, right? If it weren't for Dr. Edmund Clowney of blessed memory, I would not be an Orthodox priest today. Who died in his 90s as a confirmed Presbyterian all the way, right? So it's not that, right? In fact, most of the reason I criticize Protestantism is that I do love and care about a lot of Protestant people. And I've seen in my own family and friend circle and stuff how particularly some Calvinist ideas can turn kind of toxic in people's heads and affect them negatively spiritually. right? So if I'm talking to a Protestant and I say, well, you know, Protestantism teaches X, Y, Z, and they say, well, I don't believe that. I say, great.
Yeah,
Good.
and I have to say, I find my license, so it is against my religion to trespass on other people's religion. I find my license for attacking Martin Luther not just in all of the horrible
It's
things
a
he said about
counterpunch,
Jews, and he deserves it, but also the fact that, and I think this is the scientific fact, that John Vervaeke and other psychologists have in fact pointed to his views of what I call theological nihilism and they call election, as being incredibly destructive to the psychology. I want to introduce Michael, who is an Eastern Orthodox and a dear member of this community. You may have heard him several times representing the Eastern Orthodox position on my channel. So, yeah.
Oh, before we miss Jacob, have you heard any of the Fallout stuff from our Samson episode of Lord of Spirits?
No.
So when we were getting ready to do it, it's actually about the origins of monasticism.
Okay.
And that's really tied up in the Nazarite vow.
Okay.
Right. And the way that plays out. And then what you find in very early Syrian Christianity before the emergence of monasticism proper is Christian Nazarites. They're referred to as that.
Mm.
And that system sort of gets nuanced by the figure of St. John the Forerunner, St. John the Baptist,
Okay.
who's seen as sort of the crown of the Nazarite
Mm.
sort of experience, and then sort of the beginning of a Christian form of that. And so part of what starts going on there is these comparisons between St. John the Baptist on one hand and Samson on the other, right? Sort of the Nazarite who perfectly kept all his vows and the one who kept none of them, right? Like broke each one in turn, right? And this is part of how the issue of chastity starts to enter in, is that becomes the point of comparison. Well, what leads Samson down this road to breaking all his vows? Well, he feels like he has to keep sleeping with Philistines, right? And sometimes marrying them, sometimes not. Whereas St. John the Forerunner, right, clearly was not running around after women, especially not Gentile women. I said when we were planning it to Father Andrew, I said, you know, everybody's going to get mad at me for ruining their Sunday school about Samson, because they were all taught Samson is like Christian Hercules. He's this cool guy, right? He's action hero, superhero. They're going to get mad that I'm pointing out that he was not a great guy.
I don't know. Even as a kid, I thought he was a moron.
Okay. But I said, there's a piece in the middle here that if anybody pays attention to is going to be much more controversial. And that's, I got into Acts 21.
Okay.
This is why I'm asking you if you heard about it. And I was just waiting for someone to get past the Samson stuff and get to that. And someone did. Someone posted on Twitter and said, thanks, Father Stephen DeYoung, for reminding us that Christians for 40 years used the Jerusalem temple, including making animal sin offerings.
Yeah.
Right. And his little corner of Twitter, of quasi-ortho Twitter maybe, exploded, mostly with Protestants freaking out.
Yeah.
That's not true. That's heresy. Da 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 da. And so people would listen to the episodes, were like giving him the verse at Acts. It's like, no, St. Paul makes a sin offering right here. Like St. James says he should go do it. St. Paul goes and does it. Right?
Yeah,
they're like, that's not true. That
it's
can't
right
be
there.
true. There's no, you know, it's like, it's in the Bible. Like, go look it up. So, but I think I even stole from you. I referred to Acts 21 as the place where bad theologies go to die. Bad Christian theologies go to die because they can't account for that.
Well, I mean, Acts 21 makes a So that is where I point most people to. Now, I have to say, in Samson's defense,
Okay.
the Jewish reading is quite different.
Okay.
So the first time I read Samson, I tried reading it in English, and I was like, "What is going on here?" Because I mean, I'm much more fluent in English than I am in Hebrew. And then I went and read it in Hebrew, and I was like, oh, okay. This is a highly poetized and allegorized story with lots of symbolic implications. And
Yeah.
so, whether or not whether or not Samson or other people were in fact, what do you do with Hosea and his wife and his children, right?
But God did tell Samson to disobey his parents and go marry a foreigner and then abandon her and then go sleep with a prostitute and then go.
Okay, so Father Stephen, that is less of a problem for me within Judaism to believe that Samson was a person who was called to be outside of than the idea that Hosea would actually name real children.
Oh yeah, not my people.
Not my people. Like an actual prophet actually in real life abusing his children is a bigger problem within Judaism than the idea that God told Samson to go marry Delilah.
Yeah.
Right?
It is kind of problematic that his parents named him after a pagan god, though. I mean, a little. I mean,
what do you do with Mordecai and Esther, right?
That wasn't their Jewish parents who just had an angel appear to them and tell them their child was chosen by the God of Israel, and they would name him after a pagan god.
So, okay, I mean, let's go back to Moses, right? The Torah says Moses was named Moses because Mashituhu, right? That he was drawn out of the water.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Well,
which is not where that name comes from, right?
That's not where the name comes from, and Rabbinic Judaism is very clear that it was an Egyptian name that Batya gave him. Batya is the Pharaoh's daughter in Jewish.
That's in the text, though.
It's in the thing as well.
Well, it's in the text, though. When she receives him, she says that he will be a child to her, and Moses means child in Egyptian.
Oh, I did not know this.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of in there,
but
if
the
you know
text,
the Egyptian. Yeah.
But the text gives a Hebrew understanding of this, and Esther similarly, right? Like the fact her name is Esther, right? The God's name is not mentioned in the Megillah because it is Megillat Esther. It is all about Hester Panim V'Napachu, and right. So this is a fight I have been having within Orthodox Judaism, and we've been talking. I mean, I'm guessing you enjoyed, if you did not listen to my debate with Chezi on my channel.
I did.
Okay. A lot of people enjoyed it, and it amazes me that people did, because it was like being back in yeshiva. It was just so much fun. But there is a lot of especially I would say modern Orthodox Judaism, but including in the more Haredi ultra Orthodox, and for anyone out there, don't use the term ultra Orthodox. That is a pejorative term. The proper term is Haredi. But nobody knows what that word means. The ultra Orthodox communities, that in reaction to the people who are like, oh, it's all allegorical, the Bible never happened, this is all right.
Right.
There has been a reaction which is way too propositional reading of
You accept the modernist presuppositions and try to come to the opposite conclusions. Yeah.
exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
A good example for you on that, better than Moses, is Miriam. Because Miriamni is not only an Egyptian name, which she has for no apparent reason.
I did not know that. Okay.
But Miriamni contains the name of an Egyptian god. Miriamni means beloved of Amun.
Oh, I did not know this.
Yeah. So that's an even weirder case. There's a weird thing with Levites having Egyptian names. Beyond Moses. I mean, Moses, it's obvious why, but other.
Huh. Interesting.
But anyway, yeah. Miriam's a good example of that.
Michael is very, very patient and will not barge in, but I know he's dying to ask Father Stephen a question. So.
Well, I probably have a jump ball for both of you.
Three of us. Don't forget Father Eric.
Yeah, absolutely. And so quickly, I just want to say, look, I came down this Petersonian path that led me to Peugeot, and then Peugeot to Roland, who sent me to like 8th Day in Wichita. And now I find myself as a newly chrismated member of St. Ephrem in San Antonio.
Okay.
And so as part of the underneath the leadership of the Antiochian jurisdiction, please feel free to tell me to get off here or otherwise.
I'm not your priest. Or
yeah. No, I'll try to do Father Mark justice. And, I had two jump balls that I wanted to throw out there. The first one was it came to mind when you all were just now talking about Samson. I've caught a little bit of the Samson stuff. So Mathieu Peugeot, Jonathan's brother.
Yeah.
Right. So he had this concept of Samson being the sun and David being the moon, and so I was throwing that to you, Father Stephen, and to Jacob to see if that tracked in any way that was meaningful.
Well, I mean, Samson's named after Shemesh, which is the sun, but is also the sun god, right? When at the beginning of the story of Samson, when it's talking about where his parents live, it's, they're from the tribe of Dan and they live near Beit Shemesh, right? Which is either the house of Shemesh or potentially the temple of Shemesh in the area, right? So, I mean, I think that's where he's getting the sun connection. To me, and this was another part of that episode, the story really needs to be read not as much in terms of that, but in terms of the tribe of Dan and the thematic and symbolic use of the tribe of Dan as that goes through the scriptures. And not only is there nothing good really said about the tribe of Dan anywhere, including in Genesis 49, when his father, says he's a viper and talking about the tribe to come, but also it seems very clear now on the archaeological side that most of the Danites were from one of the sea peoples. They're kind of cousins to the Philistines who got incorporated into Israel, but it's not clear how incorporated they got because there still seems to be a lot of paganism. There's the Levite who gets hired at the end of Judges to bring the ephod up there to worship as an idol. In the city of Dan, there seems to They seem to have not fully assimilated, at least to what Israel was supposed to be, right? And kind of become emblematic. Like when you get into Second Temple literature, like Dan and Naphtali are sort of emblematic of the rebellion of the northern tribes. And Dan, of course, in the book of Revelation, in the New Testament, Dan gets left out of the list of the 12 tribes. It lists Manasseh and Ephraim separately and leaves out Dan, sort of in the restoration. Dan was at the foot of Mount Hermon. There's a lot of symbolic stuff there. So, like places where I know of in Second Temple literature where they use the sun moon language, it's usually Judah and Levi. I don't know how that plays out later in Judaism. Jacob can answer that much better than me. But like in the Testaments of the 12 patriarchs, right? The Testament of 12 patriarchs actually prefers Levi to Judah. They actually prefer a priestly Messiah to a kingly Messiah. And so Levi is the sun and Judah is the moon, right? In the Testament of the 12 patriarchs. But that's where I'm, at least with the literature, the ancient literature I've read, that's where I'm more familiar with that symbolism.
With what
I'd have to talk to Matthew, interact with him more about that. But David, of course, is from the tribe of Judah. So, I mean, there is that connection there at least. So
we have our Protestant, Michael Sartori. He is, in fact, he has a young baby, and he told me he has to go, but I asked him to please come on because he is our believing Protestant that he has a channel, and he's very good at defending Protestantism despite all of its faults.
Oh, thank you. I do like the Lord of Spirits. I'm way behind, but I listened to a bunch of it. So it's very, very good introduction to all things Orthodox. So I decided not to convert, but it was tempting for a moment.
You got the beard already and everything.
It's definitely I like how it's not Catholicism. That's my favorite thing about it. So.
Wow, we got to throw shots at Father Eric.
No,
I get it.
No, yeah. Since Vatican II, we're all friends, so it's okay.
Yeah, we're all friends now. Yeah, there
Okay.
aren't any differences anymore. One big happy family. It's
Well,
in the
no, I'm
documents.
glad
I haven't
it's
actually
helpful.
read them, but it's in the documents.
I've said that on the show before too. I mean, I'm Orthodox. I have to speak as myself, right? I mean, I'm an Orthodox, right? So I have to speak from what I believe and what I hold to be true. But if other people who disagree with me about things get something out of it, that's great with me, right?
Yeah. Very cool. And Michael, I also live in San Antonio, so we should probably meet or something sometime. So
that'd be great.
Yeah. But I will listen to the rest of this in the morning. So good to meet you all. See you.
Congratulations on the baby.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had a quick follow-up question on that.
Yeah.
If you have the time, Stephen, and then I still have a second jump ball. Again, if you guys will afford me the time.
I have a couple of days where I'm just doing nothing, like recovering from Holy Week. That's why I got on here tonight. I'm like, hey, I'm just going to go hang out. So,
Beautiful. My follow-up question is, I was able to track with some of your response and pieces of that are meaningful to me. But I was wondering if, so what Matthew seems to be getting at is something like a pendulum of obedience and rebellion, right?
Yeah.
So here's the ultimate extent of rebellion, right? And that so it hits the highest angle, and then as soon as it starts to come back, that's dawn, right? That's the sun, and that Samson is like so the falling, right? The crushing, that sort of represents a dawn of sorts, right? So there's the sun, and that David is like
Okay.
here's a bunch of obedience, right? So dawn came, and so we swing back towards obedience, and you have a temple, right? And then you get the height of obedience, but now you're starting to see like the way in which there's fault even in the highest of it, and so then it's a swinging back of the pendulum, right? And so it's
Yeah. Well, I think Judges, the superstructure of the book of Judges is definitely an apologia for the Davidic monarchy. Right. You not only have the refrain, in that day there was no king and everyone did what's right there, right? So we need a king. But then particularly when you get to the end and you get to after everybody stops in Sunday school, when you get to the Civil War and the Levite and the concubine and all that they don't read to the kids, right? It's very clearly kind of down on the Benjamites, where not coincidentally Saul came from, right? So it's definitely aimed at, right? We need a king, and David's the emblem of the right one, right? So yeah, that's definitely there. And it's definitely true that as far as individual judges go, Samson is sort of the nadir, right? As you go along, Othniel, there's not a bad word said about, right? Like totally unproblematic as a judge, Shamgar, right? By the time you get to Gideon, he's a little shifty.
I have to say, Yiftach is called the lightest of the light in the Talmud.
Okay.
Like he's a lightweight, or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the as opposed, I meant, yeah. So it's kal shebakalim as opposed to the. So in Hebrew, kaved, glory, it gets translated to, is actually weighty.
Yeah.
So he gets called the lightest of the light, as in the least of the least.
That's one of the. Have you ever noticed that wordplay with in English it's Ichabod, Ichabod. When Eli dies, right? The glory is departed. Also, kind of means the heavy guy is dead.
I have to. I have to say, like in my defense, like Nach is for girls.
Okay.
And I'm not caught up on my
yeah.
Talmud.
Okay.
And so like.
Yeah. Okay, so Eli, right? He's the gluttonous, the high priest, right? And he falls over and he dies. And they name his newborn grandson Ichavod. And they say because the glory has departed from Israel, but it also means like the fat guy is dead, right? Like the heavy guy is
I see.
Gone. So there's kind of a wordplay on the, so, yeah. But so, yeah, when you get to Gideon, my favorite part of the Gideon story is another thing where you have to know at least a tiny bit of Hebrew, because there's that part where they're coming to him and they're going, why are you trying to make yourself king over us? Why are you trying to set yourself up as a king? I'm not trying to set myself up as a king. Far be it from me to set myself up as a king. And then it says his son, Avimelech, was standing there.
Avimelech means my father is the king.
Yeah. It's sort of like, who are you trying to pass this off?
See, I have to say, part of the reason I'm so bad on my Nach is every time I try to read it in English, you just miss so much that I try to read it in Hebrew, and I read it much more slowly in Hebrew, and and then you have to look up. And I have to say, if you are looking for a rabbinic commentary on Nach, the Malbim, he lived about 200 years ago, does an excellent job. I go to him first, even though he was part of the opponents of Hasidism, and I take a Hasidic take. His commentary, unfortunately, not all of it has been translated to English, but much of it is available in English on Sefaria for free. But the Hebrew is all there. So if you're looking for a Jewish commentary, rabbinic commentary on Nach, the Malbim is where I would go.
So to be clear, Nach is the word for judges.
Oh,
Tanakh without the ta.
yeah.
Oh,
So it's Torah, Nevi'im, Ketuvim.
okay.
So the initialism for Torah meaning law, Nevi'im meaning prophets, and Ketuvim meaning writings is Tanakh, and Nach is the it's Nevi'im and Ketuvim.
I
So-
studied Latin in seminary, so
Sorry about that.
Latin's great. It's got great vowels.
It's very
But-
orderly.
Yeah. But if you want to, like, if you're hanging with the boy chicks in the hood, if you're hanging with a bunch of yeshiva guys, just say Nach is for girls. They'll all know what you mean.
So you get Gideon is this kind of ability, and then Samson, you're kind of at the nadir of that, right? So I mean, I think the basic thing he's saying in terms of the structure of that overarching narrative, right, is sound, right? In terms of, this is pointing to David, and Samson is definitely sort of, as an individual, if we're talking about individual people, sort of the low point on the way there, right? So
Just quickly, based on that, somebody wants to know what your English Bible translation is, Father Stephen.
Well, if you want to know that I use, I don't. But that I recommend to people, right? If you're just doing day-to-day reading, I think the ESV is really good. The dirty secret about the ESV is that it's the RSV. 94% of the text is identical. The other 6% is basically updates based on the Dead Sea Scrolls of the Old Testament and a few papyrus finds in the New Testament. That's the other 6%. So that's good for day-to-day kind of reading. If you want to if you're going to be working in English but you want to study, you should get an NET. It's the New English Translation. It's also called the Net Bible sometimes, but be sure to get the full notes edition, because the translation is not great. But if you get the full notes edition, like, the pages almost look like the Talmud. There's like this much biblical text at the top, and then around the sides and all the way down is all the textual notes. And it goes through like the Hebrew, it goes through the Targums, it goes through, the Greek, the Latin, the Syriac, right? All in the notes, right? In all kinds of crazy detail. So if you're working in English and you want to do like serious textual study, get an NET full notes edition. You can get it relatively cheap because the NET, the guys who translated it from the Society for Biblical Literature, made it public domain on purpose. They didn't think it was right to sell the scriptures. So anybody who wants to can print an NET full notes edition. So you could get like a nice hard copy for like hardbound copy for $20 or $25 on Amazon.
Those
There's
NET
no
guys talk to the U.S. bishops about the NAB and the Catechism, because the U.S. bishops are kind of like, no, if you're going to do any more than these amount of lines, you have to talk to our lawyers.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's again the dirty secret of why there are so many English translations. It's because every Christian publishing house wants a copyright on one.
Mm-hmm.
So they can get licensing fees. And
so, just in case somebody's asking about the Hebrew Bible and a Jewish version, for the love of God, please stay away from the Orthodox Jewish Bible. There's nothing Orthodox or Jewish about it. It was actually a Christian who translated it. Don't even ask me. The Jewish Publication Society one, which most people use and is available everywhere, is pretty bad. The cheaper one is Sensino, which is available on Chabad and is pretty old. And the Stone edition by Art Scroll is what pretty much everybody uses, and it's a very good translation. But yeah, there you go.
Yeah, if you want to know what I actually use, This is the Old Testament I mostly use. The Reader's Edition, all of the rare vocabulary, it has a coded note system where it gives you the, it'll say this is the, PL imperfect, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Third masculine singular down in the margin note, and all the common vocabulary it doesn't have notes for, but it makes it much easier to read the Hebrew.
Is that where the Bible Hub gets it from? Because there's sometimes, okay, because I've caught problems there. And speaking of the NIV and the HBS you were just showing, so in the NIV, like there's regarding Abraham and the angels, it says there's an old Masoretic tradition that it was like. And I'm like, what are they talking about?
This is the only NIV thing I own. If you ever find one of these in a new bookstore, a used bookstore, buy it.
Okay.
They only printed 520 of these.
Triglot, so it has the Hebrew and the Greek.
The Hebrew, the Greek, and the NIV, which is mostly worthless. But it has the Hebrew and Greek in parallel columns.
Looking at Genesis 18:22, the ancient Hebrew scribal tradition, but the Lord remained standing before Abraham.
Yeah. So, okay.
Ancient Chinese secret, huh?
Okay. So I don't know if the HBS has it there, but this is a Rashi that says that it was a Takanat Sofrim, which means, if you translate it very literally, that it was, and this goes back to what you were saying about like the rabbis messing with the text, right? So there are places where we say that the text has a takanat sofrim, meaning a change that was made or an improvement that was made by the scribes. And I guess you have to be a Protestant to take this literally, because we never did. That there were places where the meaning, there is no, I don't think there's anybody within Judaism who reads that Rashi and thinks that there was some scribe who decided to change the text of the Masoretic text in that manner, right? That's not what that Rashi means. And if there are any Jews who disagree with that, I would like to know who that is, because that is not the way we read that Rashi. And I just found it very funny that of all the Rashis in the entirety of the Bible, suddenly the NIV decides it has to quote a Rashi in that thing in order to talk about how and I would say misquote a Rashi, to talk about how the scribes messed with the text.
Yeah. New Testament wise, I use the Tyndale House New Testament, which I actually prefer to the UBS and Nestle Aland, because the UBS and Nestle Aland Greek New Testament, they're trying to establish the quote unquote original text, which doesn't exist. And the Tyndale House New Testament is establishing the text the way it stood in the 4th century, where we literally have manuscripts from, right? So it's sort of, this is the state of the New Testament, right? When the church fathers are reading it, when right? An actual Bible actually used that actually exists, right, within church history.
So does it have the Johannine comma in it?
I think they put it in a footnote or something, a mention of it.
Okay.
But it's not in the main text.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to talk about that? Are you still required to accept it, or do you just personally accept it?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay.
So please tell us what the Johannine comma is.
It's this little bit in the first letter of John that makes a very explicit mention of the Trinity.
Okay.
And it's very textually disputed. I believe it was included in the Vulgate. And that
Well,
meant that it was a liturgical text because it was imported into the Roman Missal. And so I remember one time I was celebrating the traditional Latin Mass, and we were doing that bit, and I'm like, oh, it's in here. Okay.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
in modern Catholic translations, it's usually relegated to a footnote.
Okay, so I guess you don't have to anymore.
I guess.
That would be
Yeah,
totally-
the
'cause it-
Pontifical Biblical Commission said, don't
Yeah.
worry about it now.
It was in there at the time of Trent when the Vulgate was declared the text, right?
Mhm.
So I'm sure that's how it ended up in the liturgical text and everything.
Mhm.
So yeah, it really looks like when Erasmus was first compiling his Greek New Testament critical edition in the West, he left that out because none of the he had a limited pool of manuscripts, but none of them had it in it, even though it was clearly in the Vulgate by that time. It really looks like there was a cardinal who faked a manuscript and gave it to him in Greek that had it in it
Oh, I could see that happening.
to get him to add it. And I think it's pretty clearly it wasn't there for most of history, because it seems to me like at the Council of Nicaea, somebody might have quoted it. Like if it was there. You know, that would
have actually
lock up the
settled things
debate.
nicely, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like none of the church fathers ever cite it. It's not in any of the other ancient translations. It shows up in the Latin at some indeterminate point. So the really interesting thing, though, is that in 1904, and that was revised in 1912, the Patriarch of Constantinople issued what was for his priests an official printed Greek New Testament that had it in it.
Oh.
But there's a note next to it.
Mm.
And when you go to the note reads, this verse does not appear in any ancient manuscripts, any of the ancient translations, is quoted by none of the church fathers. It appears here due to the preference of His All Holiness the Ecumenical Patriarch. So that's...
I am
So
being
can-
forced to write this at gunpoint.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So Father Eric, can I get you in trouble? Feel free to ignore this question, but tell us about the monarchical trinity.
Yeah. I don't really know much about it. So I don't know. I'm kind of curious about it. Like, it seems pretty cool. It does seem to fit Roman liturgical texts really well. I think especially of the doxology at the end of the canon, through him and with him. I'll reorder it. The problem is in the English translation, it's not properly English. So I'll see if I can. To you, Almighty Father, be glory, awe, and honor forever and ever, through him and with him and in him, in the unity of the Holy Spirit.
Okay.
So I hear that, and
Yeah.
you know, and it's like it's a standard part of Trinitarian theology to have the Father be the unbegotten one, and all things come from him and all things return to him. So like I'm pretty open-minded about it, but I don't want to like hop in the boat when I don't know enough about the boat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, is the plug in there?
Pretty sure you can't deny the filioque.
So is that actually like a part of it?
Well, so
Because as far as
Yeah,
I'm concerned, the
Roman
Holy
ca-
Spirit does
yeah.
proceed from the Father.
official Roman Catholic texts on this are always very clear to add the line, right? That they hold to the filioque in a way that does not undermine the monarchy of the Father.
Right.
So there's sort of a realization. Now, the Orthodox argument on the other side is that's like saying I'm going to add 2 + 2 and have it not equal 4, right?
Okay.
In such a
okay.
way that, right? That's that
No
ultimately-
comment.
Yeah. That ultimately it does, right? That ultimately it does kind of undermine it, right? So
I mean,
that's our counter. That's, and by our I mean Saint Photius the Great, who is
Okay.
less of a great figure on your side of the fence. But it's really sort of the original formulation, right? That takes seriously, right? Like I just read Thursday night when Christ says, and this is life, to know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ whom you have sent. Right? To take seriously the fact that statement by Christ means something.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that Jesus isn't divine, but it does mean something about the Father.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And to take even the grammar of the Nicene Creed, right? In Greek, it's nominatives and apposition, right? I believe in one God, the Father Almighty, right? Nominatives and apposition, it's basically one God, namely the Father.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then Christ is God from God, right? And so it is not the egalitarian model of the Trinity tends to reduce the persons. Often St. Augustine gets blamed for this, I think more than he should. But later Augustinianism did do this, kind of collapse the persons into just, well, there are these relations within the Godhead, right? where they're not actual persons with personal integrity, right? It's just sort of various relations that exist within the divine essence, right? Whereas on the other side, taking seriously, God is ase, he is uncaused. He does not receive the divine nature from another person. There's nothing that stands behind the Father, including the divine essence. So another way that the egalitarian Trinity is expressed is you sort of have the divine essence in the background, and then the
It's
three
like a fourth
persons
person.
sort of emerge from it in some way.
It turns into a fourth person, yeah.
Right. And so there is no, the Father is the simple possessor of the divine essence. And then the Son receives the divine essence, the divine nature from the Father by begetting. And like St. Gregory the theologian says, you ask me what exactly begetting means, I go, like, and the Holy Spirit receives it through procession. And you ask what exactly that means, we go, but this is where the filioque becomes a problem.
Yeah,
right, for us, right?
So I don't see how the filioque actually does anything against the one origin of the Father. If the Son has already proceeded from the Father, right? It's already received. It's getting close to my bedtime, so I'm going to try my best here. But has already received.
We're going deep here, so yeah,
divinity and life and everything, the perfect image of the Father, and then so if you've already received that, and then the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son, like the fact that the Son has already received that, it is now involved in the spiration. I don't see how that actually does anything against the monarchy of the Father.
So I think what you're expressing is close to what, for example, St. Maximus, the confessor, suggested in his defense of the Latins is, he said, if you understand this as the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father through the Son, right? That's not our normal way of talking, but we can work with that, right? But the classical expression of the filioque in the West is that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son as from a single principle. And that's where we have an issue, right? Because they were like, well, wait a second, what does that mean? Right? Like they're pooling the resources, or are we appealing to the essence behind?
Can you give me a name of a theologian who would have used that?
I will get you references for that.
Okay.
I'll get you references for that. I can't off the top of my head right now. But
so I don't know why the Jew here is coming to the Catholic's defense. But,
I know. This surprises me every time it happens.
But one explanation that I have gotten for how the filioque is that it is referring to the fact that that Jesus says
Concept.
he is sending the Spirit.
Yeah, that's that through idea again. Yeah, which we can work with, right? So it's a question of and I'll try to I'll get you some references on that single.
Because this happens to me a fair bit, and maybe I'm wrong about things, but I'll hear darts thrown at Western theology.
Yeah.
And then I will look at where the darts lands, and I'm like, you hit the 14th century.
Yeah.
But you didn't hit Thomas Aquinas.
Yeah.
And it's like that's my touch point. So if you can find that in Aquinas, it's like, oh boy, I take this seriously.
I'll check out Thomas's discussion of the Filioque because I think he's more on that side of it.
Yeah, and that's what I was taught, and yeah.
But I will take a look. But that understanding we can work with, and that's what the debate gets into a lot when you read Saint Photius's Mystagogy. Right, when you read St. Maximus the Confessor's defense of the Latins, they were on opposite sides of that, right? So St. Photius is saying, no, the way they understand this is totally wrong. Mm-hmm. We can't be in communion with that. And St. Maximus is saying, it sounds wrong, but the way they understand it is kind of okay, right?
Out of all the things I worry about, it's not the Filioque. In terms of ecumenical relations and the possibility of a grand reunification. It's the papacy and the differences in the way we handle marriage, especially divorce. Those are the two things that make me nervous. I feel like if you got a bunch of monks in a monastery for 6 months and asked them to hack out a formula, they'd be able to do it, that we could both agree to. And we would just say, you guys don't have to recite the Filioque in your creed. Good to go.
Yeah. Yeah, and we would say, well, as long as by that you mean this. Yeah. So it becomes much worse. Here we go again. But John Calvin is the one who really mutilates it. Because he takes it further. He argued that the Son was...
Matt hasn't had a word in edgewise, and I feel something rising out of him.
But he said the Son was avtotheos, was God himself, meaning ase, meaning did not receive it from the Father.
Well, that's wrong.
Yes.
Listen. As a good Calvinist, as the resident, way too many smells and bells here. As the resident Calvinist, I gotta say, it would be consistent with Calvinist doctrine to disagree with any particular point of Calvin or Calvinism, and you could be a consistent Calvinist and do that because we don't have to agree with Calvin to be Calvinist. So we can say he got it wrong.
Oh yes,
that might not be something that you guys can do, but we can do it.
No, a lot of Calvinists don't do that though.
Aquinas got the Immaculate Conception wrong. So.
But you can agree that they wouldn't be acting as Calvinist.
Well, it depends on how you define Calvinism too. And this was a debate. Scott Clark will get very mad at you if you imply that you could be a Reformed Baptist, for example.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
I could disagree with Calvin about infant baptism, right? Because we're all Calvinists, right? I mean, they can make the same argument you're making, right?
Yeah, well, I'm Presbyterian, so I'm baptizing babies, so I'm not.
I know, but I'm just saying your argument you just made. So you can't disagree with any point Calvin made, right? You can disagree with some of them, and you've decided which those some are.
I think you can disagree with any point, but we wouldn't use, as a Presbyterian, we wouldn't use the term Calvinist because we're not just thinking about 5 points, right? You know this from Westminster. Exactly. You know this from Clowney. So we're thinking about confessional, Reformed, and that's like a bigger umbrella. And we're not just looking at presuppositionalism or something.
Yeah, but just note that you're saying it's okay to say Calvin was wrong about the doctrine of the Holy Trinity, but not okay to say he's wrong about baptism.
No, you can say it. No, sure.
And still call yourself a Calvinist.
That's what they call themselves. I mean, I'm not calling myself.
But should
they? Okay, I call myself that just because that's the polemical. Okay, you got me.
Okay.
I wish I knew why you. It's cool that you went to Westminster. I wish I knew why you weren't. I don't want to ask that because these are more interest. You're having more interesting internecine conversations right now. But is there an episode on? Do you ever get into this? On a
No,
podcast?
I never talk about
what. Yeah, what led you out of Reformed
Nope.
theology?
Why didn't you go Oriental Orthodox, Father Stephen?
I was actually, you go to the church in LA, right?
Yep.
Like the big church in LA. But I think Father Antonius passed away before your time.
Yeah.
I was actually friends with him. He sent me the Coptic Holy Week
Wonderful
book that I have. I am kind of soft on the non-Chalcedonians. But ultimately, so I don't know how much you've seen of this in the United States. And really talking about Oriental Orthodox, there's a big difference in traditions. Like I have friends I went to seminary with who are Indian Orthodox, and their traditions and liturgy is very different than the traditions and liturgy of the Coptic Church, and the Armenians is a whole other thing, right?
Yep.
So you need to talk about them individually a little bit.
Yep.
And I don't know how much you see of this at Coptic churches in America. My impression from Father Antonius and stuff is that most of the American Coptic churches are on what I would consider to be the good side of this divide. Whereas in Egypt, there's more of a divide. There is a major party within the Coptic church in Egypt that says, for example, that St. Maximus the Confessor is a heretic. They are dogmatically monothelite. They dogmatically reject the Sixth Ecumenical Council. And that party, obviously, I can't be in communion with, right? Because I think they're wrong about that. And they think I'm wrong. Right? The other party that I think is much more common in the United States, right, is very similar. I mean, very close, right?
Yeah.
In terms of, other than having a different liturgical tradition. And Father Antonius, I mean, he published books from that church in LA where he's quoting like St. Nikolai Velimirovich, who's an Orthodox saint from the 20th century, long after the split, right?
Yeah.
And referring to him as St. Nikolai Velimirovich, you know. So to me, I mean, there was no Coptic church anywhere near me. The Coptic churches I've been to, I don't know what your experience has been, but even though I was friends with Father Antonius and stuff, much more of a cultural barrier to average white guy me than a lot of Orthodox churches. And obviously that more extreme party, I have major disagreements. So that's why I never went there. When I decided to join the Orthodox Church, the two parishes nearest me were an hour away. One was Greek and did half the liturgy in Greek. It was attended solely by elderly Greek people, and the other one was an Antiochian church that had a mix of lifetime Orthodox people from the old country, converts, young people, old people, and so I joined that one. It was the nearest one that was sort of accessible. And that was more than 20 years ago now.
And then why did you bring up the Sixth Ecumenical Council instead of Chalcedon?
Because that's the one that they really get incensed about. Because, I mean, St. John of Damascus already solved the nature thing. In the first section of the Fount of Wisdom, which is his commentary on Aristotle's categories, he sort of defines terms. Right. So I'm going to define the term nature, the term essence, the term this, the term that. This is what we mean by them. And when he talks about nature, he has a note there. He says St. Cyril of Alexandria used the word nature differently to mean what we mean by person. That's why he says there's one. Right? It's like problem solved in like one paragraph, right? We're using the word differently. But when you get to the Sixth Ecumenical Council and you get to the question of whether Christ has two wills and two energies.
Yeah. I don't think the Coptic Church has integrated the idea of energies as much as you guys have. Because we don't have Palamos.
And so you have parties on both sides of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you have parties who look at us and say, okay, we get what they mean by that. And you have parties who look at that and say, no, that's the real proof they're Nestorians. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Christ has two. Right. So
would you be in closer communion with Protestants then, who like confessional Protestants who are ticking boxes for all the first six?
So I gotta be honest. Right. And from an Orthodox perspective, right, we're not based on beliefs. That's not what our religious praxis is based on. So for me, I am closer to any church whose worship and life is centered around the Eucharist than I am to any church that isn't, regardless of the beliefs in common.
Even if those beliefs about the Eucharist are pretty different, like between the West and the East?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate your honesty.
For us, it's the worship and the way of life that's at the center. And so, I mean, if we're talking about like a traditional confessional Lutheran, where they have an altar, right, where they have, and things are centered on the Eucharist, then, right, that would be an example of a type of Protestant. Or even, as much as I'm not a big fan of the Anglo-Catholics, right? I mean, they do have that kind of
lovely liturgies.
I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of them because of the attitude that many of them have, including a family member of mine. But anyway, so that kind of thing to me would be a closer connection that I would have with like a Presbyterian or Dutch Reformed or a Baptist or this is one of my things since he seems to have fully welched on talking to me like he said he would. This is one of my issues with Jordan Cooper is Jordan Cooper is really close friends with whoever he's talking to. Go watch his quote unquote debate with Jimmy Akin. Right, where the two of them are falling all over each other to apologize and talk about how they really sort of agree on everything. Right, a Lutheran and a Roman Catholic, and then he goes on with Gavin Ortland, who's a Baptist. And it's like, oh yeah, we're both Protestants. Yeah, we're all together in this.
It's a Lutheran thing, I think.
Like whoever he's with, he sort of morphs into it. I'm going, I've read Lutheran confessions. You don't think Baptist churches are true churches. You don't think they have sacraments. Like, why are you putting this forward on your channel that's supposed to be a Lutheran perspective? Right? And if you agree with Jimmy Akin about everything, why are you a Lutheran at all? Right? Like, why aren't you Roman Catholic? Like, that's...
Well, I guess this is what, what Paul Vanderklay says, that we're all Protestants and not even confessional Protestants at heart. A lot of us are, we're functional Protestants. Maybe we're too ecumenical. I don't know. Are we agreeing too much? Are we getting along too well? I don't know. I like to think that it's a good thing if Christ's church is actually getting along.
Yeah, I'm not saying we should be at war with anybody, but I mean, to me, like I don't come on here with Jacob and pretend I don't believe in the Trinity, right? Or like, hey, we're all monotheists, aren't we all? Like, you've got to be. It's good to be clear about what we do have in common, but it's also good to be clear on where the real differences are, and that doesn't have to breed animosity, right? Like,
God will judge between you and me. That is the, like, I think part of what I love about Judaism, guess what, is that this type of debate, which having real debates, like Chezi and I debating about stuff, and me calling him a heretic, and I don't know if he's called me a heretic yet, but like it's that's what it sounds like to be in a yeshiva.
Yeah. I will say this for the Presbyterians. They have that too. Westminster Seminary was a debate club disguised as a...
Oh, absolutely.
And it was calling each other heretics and fideists and X, Y, and Z, and then you all go have a beer.
Yep.
Yeah. And Clowney would lead that, I'm sure.
The last time I saw Dr. Ed Clowney, I bought him Subway. He was retiring from teaching at seminary at age 92 to go and help with a church plant. That's the kind of man he was. So yeah, and I had Meredith Klein for Old Testament. If you listen to Lord of Spirits at all, you know I learned a lot from Meredith Klein about the Old Testament. Part of that is he was also in his 90s, so I think he was there for some of it. But like, you know, so it's not that I disrespect these people or you know, at all, or don't love these men. I just think there are certain things they were wrong about.
Yeah, I think I'm one of, I don't know, I'm probably one of two people who may have keyed into the Kleinian background of some of what you're doing.
Yeah.
And that's what made me immediately subscribe. And but learning so much more than just, you know, Klein kind of reframed. But yeah, you guys do good work.
Thank you
for what you do.
The people who are big influences on me are not the people who most people think are big influences on me. It's like Meredith Klein, Lawson Younger, Daniel Boyarin, much to Jacob's chagrin, I think, which is why I bring him up a lot, is he's actually a huge influence on me. He's at least somewhere within Judaism.
Let me just put it this way: when you have a pierced ear, you're not the most Orthodox Jew in the world.
Right.
You're not from.
But he is a Jewish scholar who will talk to me and works in my field, right? So that's and Paula Fredrickson, who almost nobody's heard of. But anyway, yeah.
I'll say the Yale course on Old Testament with Christina Hayes, I think her name is, I thought was excellent.
Yeah, that is good. I will co-sign that.
Tim is back on his own channel. We've been
Yes.
we've been hijacking your channel for hours and hours.
Yeah, I had to go put some kids to bed, so I'm back.
So speaking of Westminster, I found out that right after the Civil War in the United States, 1860s, a church in New Jersey sent a mission to the city of Urmia, which Lake Urmia, and that's where my family had been living, and sent 4 doctors, including a woman, to go live there to establish a teaching hospital in the middle of like rural Kurdistan. And they honestly, when I heard the story, and I wanted to send some sort of letter to the congregation that had done this, of thanks, and being like, you know, you guys might not remember this, but you did a lot of kindness to my family, and frankly, so that was the first university in Iran, was a teaching hospital that congregation called Westminster in New Jersey. Now, go try to find a congregation named Westminster in New Jersey. I was not able to track these people down. So
yeah, there have been a lot of Presbyterian splits and stuff since then.
But I am still very thankful for that teaching hospital, and that takes real self-sacrifice. Especially, I mean, the female doctor. Like, imagine being a female doctor in the United States and picking up and leaving to go live in rural Kurdistan to minister to, well, supposedly they were there ministering to the Orthodox Christians, but mostly they were ministering to the Muslims and some of the Jews. And they established the first university in Iran as a teaching hospital.
So, Michael, what was your other question?
Sir, I'll try to. It ties together a couple of things, and if it's just too big of a jump ball, I understand. So I can lead up into that, starting off with a thank you. So part of my journey into this through the Peterson route was like it took me to a place of, let's say, like an awakened pagan Jungian of sorts, right? And that was with a Pentecostal background from my early years. So Vanderklay's work, Jacob has been a part of all that. This little corner really helped guide a lot of my path, and Father Stephen participating in this and seeing these worlds come together. Thank you both for all you do. Okay, so that'll feed more into the question though. So earlier we were talking about how rebellious spirits, so to say, can't repent, right? So we said something to that effect.
Yeah. There are some minority reports in the tradition, but they're exceptions, right? Yeah.
And then we were also talking about the filioque and the Holy Spirit and proceeding through the Son, or something to that. And so to me, that was a really interesting setup for my most serious question that I have, or jump ball that I have, and that gets me to Galatians 5. So in Galatians 5, what I see is a mapping of, there's like pressures that come, and in this mortification of the flesh, which is also seems to happen through like a orientation towards mercy that maybe happens through like gratitude or acknowledgement, like almost an Isaiah 22:3 way. Jacob, I think what we were talking about, where it's like the Lord dwells in praise of Israel. So it's like, here's identity, your world, and the praise and acknowledgement or gratitude of that is also where you'll find a dwelling of the Lord that can take that external pressure, right? Let's say in like a Jungian archetype, or like something pressuring coming at you, and it's almost like that is now through Christ redeemed to what it should be. So let's say if there's something like, and forgive me for not having quite the right words here, but if there's pressure of something like judgment coming, and that can turn into condemnation, right? If without Christ, it's going to, in your own flesh, it's going to turn into the, right? But in Christ, right, maybe there's discernment, right? Or if there's something like eros, right, in Christ, maybe you'll have something like agape versus lust, right? And so it's this in turning towards mercy and in gratitude, right, and in love, and one that's oriented towards God, that manifests in love of the neighbor. Like, you find maybe not necessarily a redemption of that rebellious spirit, but if it's not a redemption, it seems to like almost like a pass through or embodiment of one that is redeemed in Christ. Does any of that track?
Right. So I think the key element is distinguishing between us as human persons, right, and the spirits in the world that are looking to act upon us, right, and draw us in, right. And so if a spirit is like we've talked about on Lord of Spirits, is sort of a level of consciousness above the individual human, right, that's like of a collective, right, is seeking to direct us. And this is why we talk about the sins as passions, right? They're things that take control of you, right? Anger takes control of you and causes you to do things, right? Once you yield to it, it carries you along. Lust, right? Greed, pride, all these things, right? Take over, leave you passive. And one of the that is actually one of the key means of judging between those spirits and the Spirit of God. Because with the exception of a few cases in the book of Judges, for example, that we were talking about, where the Spirit of God rushes on someone and kind of drives them to do something, that's not typical, right? God seeks our cooperation, right, and our acknowledgement, and doesn't impose himself against our will in that way. Whereas other kinds of spirits try to overcome our will, right, and try to take over and take the driver's seat. So I don't think, right, that the spirit itself gets redeemed. It's that we get free from it. We get set free from it. But there's not sort of a neutral space, right? This is what Jesus is talking about when he says, you perform an exorcism, you cast the demon out, but the person's life isn't set in order, right? And they don't change, they don't repent, they don't go about. And so that demon just comes back with 7 friends, right? And he ends up worse than he started, right? And so that has to be replaced, right, by the Spirit of God. That only happens voluntarily through cooperation, right? And this is the key thing with synergia in Orthodox theology. God is at work in creation doing things. When we align our will and participate in those things, we come to know God more deeply. We're transformed by it. So God is pouring forth his love on creation, right? When we go and we love our neighbor, right, concretely, we show love. We come to know God more deeply in that encounter. It transforms us, makes us more like God, and that we become more loving, right? All the way down but that's for all of the divine energies, right? Not just love, but that's why Christ says, blessed are the peacemakers, not blessed are the peaceful. Those are 2 different things, right? It's easy to go hide in a cave and be at peace with everyone, right? Because you never see anybody. It's much harder to go out into the world and try and make peace between people rather than try to win the battle. You try to make peace. So I think that's that it's not a question of trying to like redeem the spirit of the age. And I think this is where a lot of modern contemporary people run into trouble. I need to redeem the spirit of the age, right? I see that, social media has had nothing negative impact on society, but I'm going to try and find a way to redeem it. Or maybe we just, move on, right? Or find something to replace it that can accomplish the good things we hoped it might do while avoiding all the things monetization has brought to it, for example, right? Maybe make a way to communicate with each other across distances and form communities that doesn't require us to see a certain number of ads at a specifically selected interval, right? To like target our, decision-making centers, right? Like, so I think it's a question. We want to try to imbue the age with the Spirit of God, not try to redeem the spirit of the age.
So
there.
Do you see that in the way that the swords become shovels, or like baptizing the ethne?
Yeah, and this is one of the things I've been talking to Jacob about, because of course I like St. Paul a lot more than he does, which is a low bar, admittedly. But I think most of what St. Paul is doing, like in Galatians, right, and in Romans, is saying, look, we need to find a new way for you to be Greek. The answer isn't for you to go and be circumcised and become Jews. But you can't keep being Greek if what it means to be Greek is to worship Zeus and to have festivals that include orgies and to participate in pederasty and et cetera, right? So we need to form a new version of what it means to be a Greek that incorporates the law of God and the commandments of God. And you're going to stay Greek, but you're going to be a new type of Greek. Or you're going to stay Scythian, or you're going to stay Roman, or you're going to stay Syrian or Egyptian. But that's going to become a new thing. Right? And so as Greece is filled with the Spirit of God, what it means to be Greek is something different. And the old spirits that were behind that are now exorcised and driven out and replaced, right, with the Spirit of God. And St. Cyril in Alexandria goes to the pagan temples and buries the bodies of martyrs there, right, to sort of consecrate them, right, and of saints to say, now this is going to be a holy place, holy to God, not a place haunted by these other spirits who had been oppressing the Egyptians.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull you into a theological debate that's hot and raging here, which is, and you reminded me because of Paul, but so I believe that it's possible to make love into an idol, and there are many people in this corner who disagree with that and say that that's impossible. And so my big thing was I looked at 1 Corinthians 13 and I was like, it sounds good, but I don't like it.
Well, I think there is a point where you misinterpreted it, because you seem to key in on the having love idea. That is definitely not the Jewish terminology.
Yep.
But who is St. Paul writing to? Corinth.
First John was not being written to Gentiles.
But that's different. That's different, right? We can't sludge these things together, right? We got who's writing to who and about what, right? The epistles are occasional documents. This is the mistake a lot of Protestants make, right? Romans is not a systematic theology. It's a letter to a church, to a group of people in Rome, right? So St. Paul's not writing systematic theology. He's writing to a bunch of former Greek pagans who, through the whole letter, he's trying to get to stop being pagans, like in all the worst possible ways, right? Like, there's literally a part, it gets Baudelarized in English, but there's literally a part where he's saying you need to stop having sex at the Eucharist. That is in 1 Corinthians.
I did not know that.
Yes. It's like, I know you used to do this kind of thing at the temple you used to go to. Not here. Right? Like, not here. So these are barely reformed pagans he's writing to. And the language of acquiring virtue was pretty basic to Greek philosophy at that point. So he's talking about love as a Christian virtue, but he's using that language of acquiring a virtue that they're used to, that Jewish people would not have been used to. Yeah. So that's what he's getting when he says having love, right? Virtues, and this goes all the way back to Aristotle, where a virtue is a mean between two extremes, right? And so acquiring it is a question of finding that golden mean, right? Finding the balance between the two. It's easy to be at one of the two extremes.
Well, okay, but that's kind of the thing. I feel 1 John doesn't make what I believe seems to be a mistake in Paul, which is over emphasizing love. And frankly, I mean, it seems to me that when you read 1 Corinthians 13, it becomes very easy to say the types of things people do to me, which is, no, all you need is love. And it's like, that's not.
That's the Beatles, not St. Paul. Well, yeah, no. And so first we have to honor the fact that almost everyone in the modern world misinterprets 1 Corinthians 13. I can prove that very easily. People read it at weddings all the time. As if it has anything remote. I mean, not at Orthodox weddings, because we don't let them choose what we do. We do the same service for everybody, like it or not.
That's
we read
smart.
the passage about wives obey your husbands, just so everybody has to shift nervously in their seat.
That'd be great.
But yeah, they read it away. So clearly, right, if you think that's about romantic love, you're nuts, right? I think the overall argument St. Paul is actually making in that chapter, because he's talking about these other gifts, right? And the gifts he's saying love is superior to are the ones that people would want or desire to have because they would give you some kind of prominence, right, within the community. Like, I'm the one with the great wisdom, right? I'm the one who understands the scriptures. I'm the one who speaks all these languages. I'm the one who can do this, can do that, right? And he's trying to say, no, the person who shows love for their neighbor, the person who loves their brother or sister, that's the person who's at the top of the heap. Right.
Stephen, do you think that love is something like what Jordan Peterson tries to get at, where it's like a fullness of both, let's say, grace and truth, right? Or like a father's love and a mother's love, right? It's like the fullness of that rather than.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think for St. Paul, the core, coming back to that passage we actually read in weddings, right? The core of love for St. Paul is self-sacrifice. I'm willing to sacrifice what I want, what I might think I need, what might please or benefit me for you, right? And if you've got a community that's all willing to do that for each other, it's a beautiful thing. When you're the only one in the group who's trying to do that and everyone else is perfectly happy to take advantage of you, that's a very hard thing, right? That's but that is also not the one, right? So Saint Euphrosinos, the cook, the Orthodox folks may have heard of him. You go to the church kitchen, everybody's got an icon of Saint Euphrosinos. He was the monk in the monastery who got what was considered the lowest duty, which was just cooking the food in the refectory. And this wasn't like Gordon Ramsay, because like it's a monastery, so we're talking about lots of lentil soups, right?
Jack Black in Nacho Libre.
Yeah. So this isn't he's doing exciting culinary things, right? This is sort of him slaving away and doing this, right? But he did it every day without complaining. He did it to the best of his ability to please and to feed his brothers in the monastery. Everybody kind of looked down on him for having gotten this lowest duty, right? Where other people were studying the scriptures and doing these more prominent things. But at the point where he dies, the abbot of the monastery says it was revealed to him that he was a saint and he was the holiest person in the monastery, because he was given this simple duty and he did it with love, right? His whole life.
There's Jewish equivalents of that, right?
I'm sure there are similar. Yeah.
Well, okay. I have to say Hasidic. So
there we go.
There it is.
He was right. We all have them.
So if you are Hasidic, as I try sometimes to pretend to be, then you believe that the teachings of Hasidism are a revival of things that Judaism has always taught. But part of the reason Hasidism caught fire was exactly as a reaction to what became a sort of, don't want to call it scholasticism, but academicism in Judaism, where and frankly, I think that there's a reason why I do believe that Hasidism is a revivalist movement, because I believe this is something that is ancient in Judaism, and at various times, guess what? The Jewish people have fallen away from the true path. Happened once or twice, but
It's in the Bible even.
Jacob, I was listening to that series with Rabbi Breitowitz on the Rambam.
Oh, okay.
And
wow, like it's like these Gentiles are listening to things no Jew has ever heard of. Go ahead. No, I'm joking. Obviously, many Jews listen to this. But yes.
And my impression, like one of my first impressions, was, it reminded me of like scholasticism, of like rationalistic kind of scholasticism, and it was a little distasteful to me. Like, it was like I wasn't disagreeing with, like, it's great. I mean, it's just the approach reminded me of like Thomas Aquinas. Am I just making that up, or is that
no? So Rahman al-Islam, he is a misnagid. So within Judaism, there are three liturgies / prominent schools of thought, and actually Maimonides, while he was of Sephardic, literally Hispanic, but Sephardic stock, as opposed to Nachmanides, which was much more scholastic and became a kind of the center hold of what is now politely called Lithuanian, and originally referred to themselves as the opponents, mitnagdim, of Hasidism. And Rabbi Breitowitz, as much as I love him, I am both Sephardic and kind of think of myself Hasidic. So he comes from the third, which is the Lithuanian tradition, which is, I would say, overly scholastic. And so you might be detecting some of that interpretation in him. But Maimonides, I mean, look, Maimonides, who am I to criticize Maimonides? But Maimonides very much integrated a certain view within Judaism, which I think there are equally strong traditions within Judaism, which were very much counter to that influence that you see. And so when you study Maimonides, within Judaism, you should also at the same time be studying Nachmanides and other various what we call Rishonim, which are Jewish. There are Jewish epochs, and each generation group, it's actually mostly like 500-year group, but every time there is a change in epoch, you are not allowed to really disagree with a previous generation. We believe in a Yeridat Hadorot, which will probably enrage Chezi, and he'll jump on here to tell me I'm wrong. But generally, Orthodox Judaism would say that that generation of Maimonides, right? Nobody today is able to criticize Maimonides as in to reject him, but certainly there are other ways of equal stature that I think don't participate necessarily in as much of that scholastic flavor. And this is part of the debate that erupted between the Hasidic and Hasidic Judaism and what's now referred to as Lithuanian Judaism. And I mean, I may be biased, but I think Hasidism has very much overtaken almost the entirety, and I wish the Lithuanians would just tap out, but they haven't yet. But that might be what you are seeing from Rabbi Bradowitz, because Rabbi Bradowitz does come from the Lithuanian tradition. That is how he was raised.
Okay, interesting.
Good thing Father Eric left before that shot at Thomas he took.
Oops.
Well, it's Tim's show and Tim's channel. So
There we go. He could take shots at
Yeah.
whoever he likes.
Yeah.
I already offended the Ortho Bros accidentally.
But back to your question, Jacob. Love could definitely be an idol. You've heard of Aphrodite, right? Like,
Yes.
So, I think that's a question of what you mean when you use the word love, which, as I already said, most modern people get wrong. So if you're talking about by love, the divine energy love, God's love at work in creation, that can't be an idol, because participating in that will draw you closer to God and you'll come to know God by it. If you mean something else, if you mean anything else other than that by the word love, then yes, it can become an idol, because it's going to move you away from what God is doing in creation to something else.
Well, okay. So part of what makes me say this is because the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, said that love, and usually translated as fear, I tend to prefer to translate it as awe, but Ava v'yira, right? Those are the two wings by which Judaism flies, and that there is a there is a left-right relationship between these two, male-female, and curiously, in Judaism, the feminine is actually yira, is the strong, and is gevura, is the fear and awe part. But the I think that when not coupled with awe, it becomes as a singular thing which is supposed to represent God. I don't think love, I don't care how you define it. And this is what a lot of people will say to me is you're misdefining love, right? What you talk about is not love, because the real love wouldn't do that. And for me, that coupling love with awe of God, love of God and awe of God, and so the Bible actually commands us to love God and to fear God. Those are two separate commandments. And when you collapse your definition of fear of God into the love of God, I think you're doing something that's intrinsically very wrong.
No, I agree with that. Right. So, like, from the Orthodox theological perspective, when we talk about the divine energies, that's why I said earlier, love is the example we most commonly use, right? But that's not the only thing God is doing in creation, right? He's also establishing justice, right? Which a lot of people would not call loving by our modern standard when they're on the wrong end of it, right? He's also making things holy, right? He's also right, and on and on. And those things aren't at odds with each other, right? And if you try to reduce them all down to one, you're going to run into trouble, right? But so saying all God is doing in the world is loving everybody and everything, is just as wrong as saying God is all wrath. Right? That God is just, seeking to destroy, and punish, right, everyone and right, or any other, right? God is just all about justice. That's it, right? Or God is just all about,
So,
yeah. So if you try to collapse that, then you have a distorted view of who God is, which is de facto, again, going to become some kind of idolatry. You're worshiping a fictional.
Father Steve, I wanted to see what. Please feel free to put me in line with what I'm about to say.
I'm not right about everything.
So there, it's like agape, right? Is what's being used in 1 Corinthians 13.
Well,
right.
Well, I'm going to have to do it. People get mad when I do this too.
Sure.
So I know we've been taught the thing that Iape and Philia and Eros are these discrete things. And using them as labels for the discrete things is fine. But linguistically, Eros is pretty clearly sexual in almost all of its uses. It's not always negative, but it's pretty much always sexual. Right. But Philia and Iape, there's a ton of overlap. They're virtually synonyms in the New Testament. So I'll give you an example. St. John's Gospel. Sometimes when it refers to the disciple whom Jesus loved, it uses Iape, uses Iapao. Sometimes it uses Phileo in the same phrase. And we wouldn't say, okay, well, there's one disciple who Jesus loves with the love of God that's unconditional, and there's another disciple he's just friends with. Right? And in his parting discourse in St. John's Gospel, when Christ says, it's not just me, the Father himself loves you, he uses phileo. Right? So it's okay to use those as technical terms in a theological discussion, but in terms of the words actually used in the text, they're not really used as technical terms in the first century. So, yeah. So we just have to be clear how we're talking about it. So,
that's part of what I'm getting at is like, what the heck is being said here, right?
Yeah.
And so what there's two things that inspired my train of thinking on this, and that's some of Vervaeke's work on exploring the sense of what agape is, and then it was also a talk that Peugeot gave at a conference last year, and so the sense that I get out of it's like there's also a way in which I'm not really capable of that, right? Like my flesh, I've seen what my flesh does, right? Like I spent 15 years as like a Marxist communist atheist, right? And I've seen how I'm not capable of anything that agape could possibly be pointing at, right? And so that gets worked through me, right? And it's like praise, it's like acknowledgement, it's the prayer that's prayed through me, right? It's power that's not my own; it only comes from the highest place, right?
This is the idea of cooperating with what God's doing. Yeah.
Right. And earlier you had pointed at because I was like, oh, father mother love and the combination is well, what does a good father and a good mother do? What's the Theotokos do? Right, she lets her son die on the cross. Right, there's a sacrificing of yourself. Right, that's what a parent does. They sacrifice their own selfish desires, right, in order to lift up their children.
Yeah.
So
they
there's
should. Yeah.
They should. So there's this praise aspect that's worked through you. There's a dying to self that's happening, right, and love for the other. There is, and it's like all of that coming together, right. And this is where it goes into Peugeot's talk: is Peugeot is getting at the English word love and how we have all these different other words that say in Greek, they get tied in, and then we just like, oh, one word, love, right? And you could be real cynical about that, but it also sort of points at something, and this is a lot of Vervaeke's work on relevance realization, where it's like, here's infinite possibilities. Let's say you're a parent and you're like, what should I do with my life? I'm a dad. What should I, how do I proceed? Do I get a house? Where do I live? What do I do with my time from hour to hour? Well, that agape, that love, all those things, right? It's like it narrows it all in to focus. And then what is relevant is found through love, through that kind of love that Paul seems to be pointed at.
Yeah. Yeah, the definitions of love. This is my favorite rabbinical story to retell as one of the goyim out here. The fish story in the restaurant. I'm sure right, you love the fish, right?
Yeshiva, not a restaurant.
Okay.
Okay, yes. Do you want to tell it, or should I tell it?
You can tell it. So you apparently know a more official version than the one I read.
The official version is that the head of a yeshiva walks into the cafeteria and sees one of the students is sitting there and he's gorging himself in fish, and he goes up to him, and actually apparently this was an actual story, but I forget who it's being told of, but some rabbi this actually supposedly happened to. I don't remember who. He went up to the student and he's like, what do you think you're doing? And because obviously sitting there and gorging yourself is not how a good student should act. And he says, I love fish. And the rabbi's answer is, no, you don't love fish. If you loved fish, you would have an aquarium. You love yourself, and you like how fish makes you feel.
Yeah. I use that a lot in premarital counseling. Actually, when I'm talking to people.
A lot of application there.
Yeah. Yeah, it part of the key here too is that the way love gets talked about is as if it's an abstract concept with some reality, right? So we're kind of going for some kind of platonic form, right? And I think Latin helps us here, because the reason the word charity came to mean charity instead of love, which was what caritas meant, is that there was an understanding in early Christian communities that love was a verb that meant actually doing something. Not a feeling, not a sense of goodwill toward people, right? It was, I'm going to go out and I'm going to help this person who is in need. I'm going to do it, right? Because this is seen as part of the character of God, who owes us nothing, right? And gives us everything, right? And showers blessings upon the undeserving and the unworthy and the ungrateful, right? And whereas we are much more discriminating in terms of who we want to help and who we want to do anything for and who we want to, even though we have much less cause to be, right? And so, yeah, like if we understand love in that way, right? This is doing something. What is God doing in the world? Right? He's being the hope of the hopeless, right? He's being the help of those who are alone, the protector of orphans and widows, right? This is what he is concretely doing. So when we go and we concretely do that, we're participating in it, right? We are loving those people who we are doing those things for. But none of that is emotional, right? Protecting widows and orphans, I was talking about the white libs at Fordham earlier, doesn't mean feeling bad about the plight of widows and orphans and posting about it on social media, right? It means going out and helping them and protecting them from the people who want to harm them, right? And standing up for them, right? Helping them find what they need, helping somebody who doesn't have a job find a job, you know, helping somebody. That's what love is, right? Not just like, oh, we all love each other. We all feel so good when we're together. And I feel so bad for those poor people out there. Hopefully someone will do something.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you good.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to elucidate Jacob's concern with the idolatry of love. Because when Father Stephen, you said that God is not all, he's not all loving, just in the same way he's not all wrathful. I immediately pulled up the group chat of my old Bible study from high school, non-denominational church, and I asked them, is God always loving? And the two answers I've gotten so far are yes, and yes, just sometimes it's tough love. So there is this conception in at least Protestant circles that love is totally descriptive of what God is, and that all of the
Some
other
Protestant circles. Let's
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
let's have some charity here.
Sure. There is a tendency to put all of the other attributes under the umbrella of love, and I think that's not biblical. I think so. Yeah.
Before I let Michael jump in again, so Charlie obviously doesn't believe me when I say that biblical Hebrew is the easiest language to learn. And yes, you can learn it. It's much easier than Greek, I think.
For most people, it is.
And there is a great channel on Aleph with Beth. It is run by, they're actually Protestant missionaries in South America, and they run this channel for free, teaching people biblical Hebrew, and it's really good, and I highly recommend it. My channel is only for people who refuse to learn Hebrew itself and want to be able to use internet tools to look at the Hebrew, and that's what all my backlog. I have a lot of stuff with showing you how you can look up Hebrew things and understand the morphology without actually learning Hebrew. If you're interested in learning biblical Hebrew, try that channel out, Aleph with Beth. But I'll let Father Stephen answer this.
I don't know. He spelled my name wrong. Right. No. What I usually tell, I mean, I'm old school. You know, I learned languages the old way, right? So there's a really good Hebrew primer done by Weingren, Weingreen. Here's
textual method.
What?
Really?
I'm old school. This is how I learned languages.
Method.
It's free. It's public domain, is what I was going to say. You print it out. You work through it. You download Mounce's Hebrew vocabulary flashcards for free. Go through those vocabulary cards. You read through the book of Jonah. Once you're done, you work your way through Jonah. Then you hit Joshua. Joshua has 70% of the vocabulary of the Hebrew Bible in it.
Okay. So I actually, my primer on my channel is Jonah, and it is textual method. And if you're older, I think you might want to go with textual method but linguists generally, so there's now a newer method of teaching language, which isn't the old school method. It's called natural language. And for the vast majority of people, it works better and it's much easier, especially if you're dealing with young kids and stuff. I would definitely try natural language, and that is the method Aleph with Beth uses. if you're using the textual method, I do have my Jonah playlist on my channel, and that's 15 hours. And I have to say, I made a half an hour like intro to all of Hebrew grammar, that biblical Hebrew grammar, that frankly, if you memorize what that half an hour, you will know more Hebrew than the vast majority of Hebrew Bible scholars.
Yeah, like I said, I'm from back in the long ago time. You gotta memorize all the paradigm charts. Sus, Susa, Susim, Susot, right? You do the whole.
So there's a wonderful website. There's called Pa'alim Constructor. You can use any roots you want and put in and select which form you want them to be conjugated in, and it will give you a conjugation table and give you the various biblical Hebrew and modern Hebrew meanings of it, all done by the website for free, Pa'alim Constructor. So you don't have to memorize any conjugation.
I'd appreciate some.
Come on, we got it.
I'd appreciate some tips if anybody knows of those kind of resources in Greek. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if you want mine now. Yeah. See, I still like J. Gresham Machen's old Greek primer.
Love it.
And where does his name go? Dan Wallace, Greek Grammar Beyond the Basics, is a pretty solid Greek grammar. If you're doing biblical, if you don't know a lot of, like you said at the beginning of stream, you did 2 years like a long time ago and haven't really kept it up.
With Mounts. Yeah, I have Mounts' book.
Okay, you use Mounts.
I've heard a lot of bad things about it.
I would consider going back to classical. I would consider getting classical resources, learning classical, and then using that to get back into New Testament.
Interesting. Okay.
To be honest, New Testament, and if you're going to be doing Septuagint, if you're going to be doing Greek Old Testament, you got to know at least some Hebrew, because there are Greek constructions in the Greek Old Testament that are not really Greek constructions.
Interesting.
Okay.
So they'll take, like in Hebrew, you could put a lamed on the front of an infinitive to make like a purpose clause. Right.
Okay.
In the Greek Old Testament, they translate that a lot of times woodenly literally. So they will take the Greek preposition is, which means to or toward or into, to try the lamed prefix. They're trying to translate that. And then they'll put a Greek infinitive after it, which if you translate that Greek literally, it's like toward to go or toward to die or toward, but it means in order to. It's a purpose clause. But they're really appealing to a Hebrew grammatical structure, even though they're doing it in Greek. So you need to know some Greek and then have at least a little passing knowledge of Hebrew grammar.
Interesting.
To see some of the weird things they do in the Greek Old Testament.
Do they try to translate the puns at all, or keep the like?
In a lot of cases, no.
What do they do with motiamuts and like the doubling
like infinitive absolutes?
Yeah.
Like King of Kings, like
so like, it usually gets translated as surely.
Yeah,
like
surely you will die when you eat from the tree.
Yeah.
I mean,
dying you will die. Okay. Sort of.
Yeah, dying you will die is the Hebrew.
I think a lot of people know that now. I don't know if that's like internet church stuff, but it's not too uncommon that people know that there's that doubling down kind of
Yeah,
if,
yeah.
Hebrew does.
yeah. If you use the logos, the default translation like marked every time that kind of thing happens. So.
Yeah. But there are a lot of things. My favorite weird thing, though, in the Greek Old Testament is in the Old Greek of Isaiah. There is a place, and this is what cracks me up about it. So there's a place where the text, it's following the Hebrew text relatively closely. And then all of a sudden it says, drink this, do it quickly. And then goes back to following Isaiah. Okay. Here's what obviously happened. When these things were being copied, one person was reading and a whole bunch of people were copying. So clearly someone got handed something to drink. And somebody else who was writing, like, just kept writing, right? Like some Christian scribe was like, drink this, do it quickly, and then went back to right? So this has now been copied and copied through the generations. Drink this, do it quickly. And you will find commentaries and journal articles and stuff trying to act like this is a legitimate textual variant. Like, oh, what are they drinking? Are they drinking the cup of wrath? Are they drinking? Like, I'm making all these suggestions.
Okay, I have to ask. There must be. I can't imagine there is not some esoteric interpretation of Paul saying, bring my coat and my scrolls that I left by so-and-so's house in that.
No, he just wanted to. That's one of the things I like about St. Paul is that they're just these amazingly, or like when he's like, I'm so glad I didn't baptize anybody there. Well, except for so-and-so. Well, and also so-and-so and so-and-so's family. Besides them, I don't know if I baptized anybody else. But I'm glad I didn't baptize these people.
See, okay, the Kabbalists, like the lists of names in the Torah, like when you read it with a commentary, like a Kabbalistic commentary, like it's like, whoa, right?
Oh yeah, or they'll find gematria or something.
Yeah. I was thinking somebody must have done that with Paul's coat. Come on.
The thing that usually happens with those names is, so we know there were the 70 disciples, the 70 apostles. They never get named in the New Testament. But so you get these lists from very early in church history where they're trying to figure out who the 70 were. And they just take like all of those names, right? Like everybody, St. Paul mentions everybody. Oh, these must be, come up with a list of 70 of them. This must be them.
CW wants to know Father Stephen's favorite interpolation.
That might be my favorite. Take this, drink, or drink this, do it quickly. Yeah. My favorite. Yeah, that may be my favorite interpolation. The Kama Johanniums.
What do you do with the adulterous woman?
Well, so there are a few texts, the same thing with the longer ending of Mark, which the reason why nobody thinks they're original is that the first few manuscripts we have that have them in different places. So like the woman taken in adultery is sometimes in a completely different gospel. But here's the thing with New Testament manuscripts. We got about 6,000 of them. And about 2,400 of them are lectionaries. So they're divided up according to the reading cycle. So not in order. None of those lectionaries have been cataloged by textual critics. When you go get a critical edition of the Greek New Testament, there are only 2 lectionaries out of those 2,400 that have even been taken into account, like in the footnotes. Right. So I know where the longer ending of Mark is in the lectionary and how it ended up being the longer ending of Mark. But what it looks like to me is that the same thing is going on with the woman taken in adultery, is that you have a case where that story was preserved as a lectionary reading that was read at a certain time in the cycle. And so when people were making copies from a lectionary text into a continuous text, they just copied that story wherever it fell in the lectionary. So if the reading before and after it was Luke, they just stuck it in there in Luke. If the reading before and after it was John, they just stuck it there in St. John's Gospel because they didn't know where it belonged. Right? But
Okay, but you think it does belong in John?
I think that's where it's turned up now.
Ooh, very, very.
I don't believe that there's an original text.
Uh-huh.
So to me, the Holy Spirit of God, is superintending the whole process. So every generation has the Bible God intends them to have.
Yeah, so even the redacted elements are it's part of God's sovereign plan.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to me, when you'd have like the Nashville Statement on Inerrancy, which is, we believe that the original autographs, whatever that means, since St. Paul didn't write any of his letters by hand, but whatever that means, the original autographs were completely inerrant and perfect, and we could reasonably reconstruct them using modern computer tools. I'm like, great. So like the whole church for all of history has had a Bible full of errors, but now we have our computer tools. And we can figure out what we've gotten wrong all these centuries. What's the point of that?
Do you
like
scholasticism? That's the point.
Yeah. Like, what's the...
do you nuance? Because I have the same understanding of the Spirit working throughout time. Yeah. Do you nuance that at all with translations? Because obviously there's a lot of fighting about Jacob essentially has his worries, but how does that play out there?
Yeah, I think that's even true of most of the translations. Once you get to the modern era, we're in a different situation, because I also believe we have the Bible God wants us to have now. That just means we have a lot more.
Right.
We have the Dead Sea Scrolls now.
Right.
And that means we're accountable for that.
Right.
Right. We have all these riches. We have all these things that no previous generations of Christians or Jewish people right, have had access to. The common person, today can get access to so much more. Right.
Yeah.
We look at cat pictures instead, but like we could right, have access to all these things. And so when we're talking about modern translations, that comes into effect.
Right.
Right. I'm not some poor Christian who's lucky to be able to read and lucky to have some kind of Bible in a language I can read fall into my hands.
Right.
Right. I've got, I could go to Bible Gateway and read 57 different versions for free.
Yeah.
I mostly agree with that, but I have to say it's a lot more comforting from my side, where we look at the Masoretic text and I can honestly defend it, intellectually honestly defend it as this is I mean, the fact is that I think perfectly atheist scholars look at the Great Isaiah Scroll and look at the Masoretic text of Isaiah and say, this is a better text than the Great Isaiah Scroll, which is saying something about 2,000 years of history. And that's why, the word Masoretic text, Mesorah, means tradition, right? And so, this kind of goes back to the little debate Father Stephen and I are having about who holds the tradition. But I think that the Mesorah, as has been held by the rabbis over the thousands of years, is in fact the true Mesorah.
Oh yeah, that is our main difference.
It is our main difference.
There are these strands of Jewish tradition in Second Temple Judaism, and I will go as far as to say that contemporary Judaism is a legitimate continuation of one set of those strains that goes.
Thank you.
Yes. No. I just also posit that Christianity is in continuity with other of those strains.
Okay, so that comes down to the question of, and this really is like our first discussion, going back to our first discussion.
Yeah.
It comes back to, okay, there were, for example, the temples outside the temple, but Jesus and Paul, which tradition were they a part of? And I think that there's a lot of Christian picking and choosing of, oh, well, we have the temple in other places, and we have, because when it comes down to it, when the Christian Bible talks about a Sabbath day's walk, that's a Pharisaic thing, right?
Yeah.
Or when Jesus says you should have tithed your spices as well, that's a Pharisaic thing. And when Jesus goes on the Sabbath to the temple, to the synagogue and reads from Isaiah, that is a particular tradition. And I think that when you look at it, Christians, when they're trying to say, yes, we preserve a tradition of Judaism, oftentimes are picking and choosing traditions that they preserved, which are not in keeping with what looking at the New Testament itself says Jesus and Paul thought were the actual Mesorah as Jesus and Paul thought would be.
Sure, but
doesn't that mean? Can I get? Let me do a quick shot.
Go ahead.
Doesn't that mean that just as I think it's not controversial in many circles to say that whatever the strain of Christian Christophilic Judaism was in the second temple period, like if that looks a little loosey goosey, in 50 AD or in 0 8 CE or something, if that has indeterminate borders, like isn't it fair to say that Pharisaism, which is a loaded term because we're thinking about, like, are we talking about Talmudic Pharisaism, or are we talking about maybe a loosey-goosey, less defined Pharisaism of Second Temple Judaism, where there can be different schools of thought that are in disagreement on some things and not in others, and it's like these distinctions didn't get like set in stone the way we think of it, down through the centuries when we're using those kind of categories, right? Like, is that fair to say? Would you say?
Yes and no, because where you're going with this, right, is, okay, so when Father Stephen and I talk about, for example, Christians having temple services outside, right, mixing elements, for example, incense outside of the temple itself,
which Matt might not agree with.
Yeah, I'm okay. You can throw the Norther Bros under the bus for this. That's fine.
So when Jesus and Paul were going to synagogues, those synagogues did not have incense in them. And when, so there are, if you actually look at what was going on, there are things which I think Christianity did in fact, borrow from, which I don't know that there is any place that I have seen where Jesus talks about a rebellion in heaven, although Paul does.
On that count, When Jesus talks about the lake of fire prepared for the devil and his angels, he is referencing the Book of Enoch. The language.
Okay.
It could be no other tradition, right?
When he, not that we know of, that's not part of Pharisaic tradition, at least. When he talks about Satan falling like lightning from heaven, when and this is going outside Jesus and St. Paul, but First Peter, Christ, while he's in the grave, goes to Hades and preaches to those who sinned in the days of Noah. Second Peter, Christ goes to Tartarus, to the angels who have been imprisoned there in chains, using language from Enoch. Epistle of Jude quotes First Enoch. That's directly says, as Enoch prophesied. Book of Revelation has Enoch all over it. When Christ talks about the Son of Man coming with his angels and sending out the angels with reapers' scythes to separate the wheat and the chaff at the final judgment. There are a lot of, and I think, I don't think the walls were as firm in the Second Temple period as we may make them now, right? Because 4Q MMT is in the same cave as 4Q Melchizedek. And 4Q Melchizedek has Melchizedek coming to be the Messiah out of the sky with the righteous gods to wreak vengeance on Belial and the sons of the devil, right? Like, so you could have those two things together, right, at that time in Qumran, in Judea, right? So I think some of those ideas were more fluid. I also think there is more of that Pharisaic carryover preserved in Christianity than is often credited. It's hard to tell in English, but you go to an Orthodox country, the name for Saturday is the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath, right? And Sunday is Kyriaki, the Lord's Day. And for example, when the Council of Nicaea issues its canons about Lent, it says you can only celebrate the Eucharist on the Sabbath and the Lord's Day during Lent, not on the other 5 days of the week. So there is still an honor being given to the Sabbath, to the seventh day, even though there's now this Christian day of worship. And even though we're long past the time when Jewish Christians were going to synagogues on the Sabbath and then having a separate Eucharist on the first day of the week. We're long past that, but the Sabbath still has this status, right?
Okay.
Within the Christian tradition, right? That reflects that older state of affairs.
So let's talk about the incense, because I
Sure.
I think that is
Yeah.
That makes a big, because you have said, and I agree with you, that Christianity has very much integrated temple services into maybe synagogue services and stuff, right? And that is something that I don't, I mean, again, so I don't know the New Testament the way you guys do. I didn't know those references, for example, to the Enochic stuff. And okay, it is possible, I don't know, but where does this integrating of the temple services, I guess, other than the book of Hebrews, because of the book of Hebrews, that theological crime scene, as I like to call it.
But that's a spiritual. That's not talking about church as temple. Okay.
This is where we disagree. Yeah.
Yeah. And I might be. Yeah. I might.
Hebrews talks about churches having altars. That's all I'm saying. No.
I guess the other answer to that would be Revelation, right?
The liturgy of the church does, and Father Stephen knows this well and could teach us all about this. Like the liturgy of the church does evolve and develop in the first few centuries, and I don't think he's going to tell you. I don't remember him telling you this in your talks, that all this stuff was locked in by 50
Well,
AD,
no.
including the incense.
St. Peter didn't have a set of vestments like mine, and he didn't, have an iconostasis and censers like mine, and
Maybe things got temple-fied a little bit
right.
over the centuries.
But, and I have a journal article out there. I think it can be demonstrated that St. Paul presents the Eucharist as a sacrifice. And so, that being the case, the understanding is that Jesus, as the Messiah, has instituted this new sacrifice, which, as I was talking about with Acts 21, Christians did not immediately see as displacing all other rituals. So, okay, now we're all just going to abandon the temple in Jerusalem. It's it's irrelevant now, right? But saw it as a new institution. And I think a lot of what Hebrews is doing, when rightly understood, is fleshing that out and trying to deal with the problematics of it, right? Because new sacrifice has a new priesthood. Well, what priesthood is this? It's not the Levitical priesthood. Jesus isn't a Levite, right? And so going back to Psalm 110, what does it mean to be a priest after the order of Melchizedek? If Jesus is the Messiah, he has a kind of priesthood. The Christian priesthood is...
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah.
Order of Melchizedek, divrati, to take the most common word in the Hebrew language and suddenly turn it into something that's really
I'm not
strange.
using it like monastic order. I'm not using it as like a monastic order.
But that's how most Christians
that's
understand.
the Mormons.
Order
they may. I know the Mormons have a Melchizedek priesthood. No,
yes,
order. I understand order there to mean like pattern or type.
Yeah,
The
or
Melchizedek is the type, the shape. He's
or like spiritual descendant, something like.
Yeah,
something
he's
like
both
that.
priest and king, and he's not in the Aaronic priesthood,
Right.
right? After the pattern,
Right.
So I don't think that I, as a presbyter, right, English form priest, right?
You got me excited. No,
I'm not a Levitical priest, right? I am not in the Aaronic priesthood. I am not in that priesthood in any sense, right? And you will not catch me doing any of those sacrifices. You may catch me eating lamb, but not right. So the priest within Christianity whose task is to offer the Eucharist, that particular sacrifice, his priesthood is he in Christ sharing in Christ's priesthood. This is how I think, and this is part of what makes Hebrews Pauline, I think, is that for St. Paul, right, and this is why the priesthood is a special problem, because Jesus isn't a Levite. But so St. Paul can say in Colossians, we're all circumcised with Christ's circumcision, talking to Gentiles. Gentiles are circumcised with Christ's circumcision. So you don't have to go get circumcised. Christ is circumcised, right? And therefore, if you are in Christ, right, the benefits of his circumcision in some sense are shared with you. So he's presenting Christ as the gateway for Gentiles to have a share in the people of God through Jesus, who is from this line, right? Who has this genealogy, who has, right, these forefathers. And so this particular priesthood is oriented toward this particular sacrifice, the Eucharistic sacrifice. Hebrews distinguishes the two. Right? He says the priests who celebrated the temple can't come eat of this sacrifice because they're not, unless they become Christians, part of the Christian community. Right? But they did prohibit Christians from going the other way.
Yeah, you could be
Jewish
Christians, like
Christians,
us Protestants, and not have a priesthood other than Christ's priesthood in the, us only having one priest collectively. and him being in the
Yeah.
The
Well,
heavens.
yeah, that's a whole other.
But that's
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
if you feel
Yeah.
Jewishly uncomfortable
Yeah.
with that
Yeah.
that
So
claim on the
yeah.
priesthood by
So this
some
is
traditions, there's other traditions that do it differently.
yeah. My ongoing thing with Jacob is right. Yeah, is whether my priest is legitimate, right? And if the sense of that is, am I a priest in the sense that a Levite was a
Right.
priest? No,
Right.
I'm not. That's not my altar. Those aren't my sacrifices. I am not authorized, warranted with doing that. Right. I am a Gentile priest who has this offering, this sacrifice at a particular altar that I offer. And again, this hit me again going through Holy Week. How explicit, I sent an email at one point to Jacob, how explicit it is in our liturgics in the Orthodox Church that we are Gentiles who have been sort of let into this through Jesus at all, right?
So Rabbi Breitowitz, in one of his recent videos, discussed a controversy within Orthodox Judaism because Rabbi Breitowitz, as a posek, so he is what he says is valid. So he has the authority to bind and loose on earth as in heaven. And so there is a question of, certainly Jews are not allowed to bring sacrifices outside the temple. But Rabbi Breitowitz was clear that he believes the halacha is that Gentiles today are allowed to bring sacrifices to God outside the temple. And there are Orthodox rabbis who oppose saying such things because they say that it could lead to all kinds of problems. And Rabbi Breitowitz has the fortitude to be like, no, that's not how I answer questions of Torah. The fact is that Gentiles are allowed to bring sacrifices outside on what's called bamot, which are altars outside.
Yeah. Bema plural. Yeah.
The only concern I would have there would be that does that mean a Jew couldn't participate in communion halakhically then?
Well, okay, so I mean, there's no way that I would ever call anything which is in any way reminiscent of sacrificing a human being
Sure.
a sacrifice to the God of Israel.
Okay.
That's not ever going to happen.
Okay.
Ever.
Okay.
What about the Maccabean martyrs? Offering their own lives as they're being martyred as a sacrifice to the God of Israel.
We say quite clearly that the martyrs are in fact themselves. They are korbanot.
Yeah.
We refer to martyrs as korbanot.
Right.
But
there's something kind of like a human.
But I would hate to be the person who brought that sacrifice.
Right. Well, and so key to our understanding of the Eucharist is that, number one, Christ's death was a self-offering.
Right.
That's not martyrdom then.
Well, he turned it into that. They were murdering him, but he turned it into a self-offering the same way the martyrs were being murdered.
I'm sorry, you can't. No. You can't have it both ways.
He didn't.
Either he's a martyr or he's a suicide.
What?
No, he isn't a suicide. Just
if
like
he's
the
God,
martyrs were
yes,
being
he
murdered.
is. If he has the power not to be murdered, then yes, he is.
No one takes my life, but I offer it freely.
Okay, so he's a suicide.
No.
So you have to fight back. What's the boundary there?
Yes. It's
The
Well,
Akum. It is one of the mitzvot. The
well,
Atatak-
The Maccabean martyrs are martyrs?
Jacob.
you are not allowed to self-sacrificially kill you, allow yourself to be killed. No.
So the
No.
Maccabean martyrs
You mean
are
allow
martyrs.
yourself?
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
You have to remember the Book of Maccabees is not in my Bible.
I know. But
So I don't know the book Book of Maccabees the way you do, and it is specifically not in my Bible. I'm not exactly sure why not. So
there was a Jewish shrine to them for centuries. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
But the idea of if you willingly, if you are, that's not it. That's so it's not suicide bombers. It's homicide bombers, and and in Judaism, yes, there is a mitzvah, v'ata takum lahargo. If someone comes to kill you, you are required to kill that person.
So are you saying that if someone, I'm going to use the situation of the Maccabean martyrs, right?
Okay, I don't know it, but go ahead.
But someone comes to you and in modern terms puts a gun to your head.
Yes.
Says, eat this bacon, violate the law of your God, or I'm going to shoot you.
Okay, so there are three.
You try to take the gun away?
No.
Or,
well, hold on. If you can take the gun away, if you
try to
can,
fight him, or do you?
Hold on. So okay, we can talk about Yareg Val Yavor. This is in fact, according to Jewish law, the first laws you are supposed to ever explain to anyone. So thank you for reminding me. But the laws of the three cardinal sins are that the three cardinal sins are shfichot damim, murder, arayot, sexual impropriety, and avodah zarah, and idolatry.
Right. Yeah.
And those are the three that are yahareg val yavor, that you should die rather than to transgress them. Other than those three, all others you can transgress. The thing with if someone is trying to humiliate Judaism in the manner that of you're explaining, here, eat this pork, that is considered avodah zarah, that is considered idolatry, and to the point where the Talmud itself talks about if they tell you to wear red shoelaces, and for some reason apparently Jews didn't wear red shoelaces, then if it is in public and in order to humiliate Jews, you should die rather than. I don't want to talk about the Holocaust, Sherry, as much as I love you.
Yeah, don't go there.
Yeah,
but you can lay down your life to keep Torah.
But my question is about: are you
keep the Torah?
Are you required to fight rather than just saying no? I will die rather than break this.
If you are able, there is a halachic requirement that if someone comes to kill you, and you are able to kill them without killing innocents, obviously, then yes, that is a halachic, that is a requirement within Jewish law, and someone who fails to do it is referred to as a chasid shoteh, and he cannot receive a Jewish burial.
So then the correct answer would be when the guy comes with the gun and the pork is just to attack him.
Well, if you can, if you can, yes.
But you're restrained, right? Like to fight him. Even though
if you have the capacity to, yes, if you have the capacity in fact fight back, yes, you should.
Okay. So St. Peter agreed with you. He
I'm
lopped
glad.
off the guy's ear who came to take Jesus and arrest him.
And Chezi wants to remind everyone that this refers to the three cardinal sins that I explained.
So I was a big fan of Batman growing up as a kid.
Now you're talking Father Stephen's language.
My mom.
He never used guns.
Yeah, Right. Well,
Yeah.
well, my mom, she wouldn't let me watch lots of things: Power Rangers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, lots of things that I wasn't allowed to engage in. But Batman for sure was good. And she saw Christian values in what was going on with Batman. And I think that it ties into something interesting here, right? Where like, okay, so you're trying to figure out what's the right thing to do, right? So you're under threat, right? And you're trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. And Jacob just painted a particular kind of picture. And so here we are. We were talking a second ago about like where's the temple, right? And it's like, okay, well, Matt, is this just like in this spiritual space, right? But it's like there's an intersection of the visible and invisible, right? And so as you're trying to figure out the right thing to do, right, and you're at this intersection of the visible and invisible, there is a sacrificing that happens, right, of what's rational, right, the rational mind. There's a sacrifice, is a dying of yourself and your own rational controlling mind, that is something like Eucharist, right? That is something like a thanksgiving and appreciation and a praise, right? And that's a dying to your rational self that maybe allows you to participate in creation, sort of like, I don't know, the priesthood is the right word, but you are participating in creation, right? And that whatever is kind of corrupted here burns away almost like a baptism of fire, right? And so here's this path, and now you are participating in logos and from an emanation from above, right? That's beyond your own rationality of what the rule is or the law is to do, and you might just be able to forgive that person, right, that is trying to kill you, right? Now you can forgive Joker, right, and get him in Arkham Asylum, right, and not become him, not fall prey to becoming the villains that are coming against you, right? But and offering them a chance for redemption because you remember who Harvey Dent was.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think part of this is tied up. It occurs to me in the very early, and this is in St. Paul, his sort of repudiation of zealotry, political zealotry, which is a piece that obviously in first century Judaism was loomed large, had kind of disastrous results, right? But which, even before those disastrous results happened, St. Paul kind of repudiated. And I think part of that, the book project I'm working on finishing up now is this big omnibus thing on St. Paul. I think part of that actually is from where he grew up in Tarsus and the history of the Jewish community in Tarsus, which is a fascinating thing in and of itself. Very early on, they sided with Julius Caesar in the First Roman Civil War. That's how he got Roman citizenship, and a number of prominent members of the Jewish community did. And that actually is what won the sort of sometimes, not all the time, tolerance that the Roman Empire had for Judaism, which wasn't stable enough for them to depend on, but like was at least sort of there some of the time. But so he grew up in a city where the Jewish community had taken the approach of there's certain things we can't do, right? We can't participate in the pagan feasts and festivals. We can't do that. We can't do that. But we can abide by the law, the general laws, right, of the city. We can pray for our Roman leaders, right, that God would guide them and grant us peace. We can do these things and we can kind of get along, right? We could be separate and left alone and get along. And that's the path we should take rather than any kind of political zealotry and action. I think St. Paul took that with him in terms of how the Christian communities ought to approach being under the Romans. even with the same kind of sporadic persecution that the Jewish community had suffered and that kind of thing. The best thing to do is say, hey, we're law-abiding citizens, right? We're trying to, if you were a citizen, we're law-abiding. We just want to carry on our way of life in peace. We'll keep our head down, leave us alone. We won't try to overthrow you. We'll pay our taxes.
Well, I mean, I generally agree with that idea, but when you're talking about
I don't think you're a zealot.
Jesus,
No.
no, I am not a zealot. At the same time, I think you can't have it both ways, right? So I believe that the Jewish martyrs were in fact Jewish martyrs because God allowed them to become sacrifices so that there will in fact be a and this is what Isaiah 53 is about, right? Is that in fact Israel is the suffering servant that is bruised for the nations, and that is the plain reading of Isaiah 53. I hope Christians can at least see the plain reading of that text, right?
Yep.
And yes, I mean, I think that we have lived it because we were not God, and it was His will. It pleased Him to bruise us. But when you turn that onto yourself, that I am God and I could stop this, and I am taking it, and it bends it all over in ways that I think is completely unacceptable.
Well, no, well, I feel like you've given the key to solving the problem, because all you'd have to do is realize the importance of the relationship between God the Father and God the Son. And God the Father has willed, in the same way that He willed the sacrifice of the Jewish martyrs, has willed the sacrifice of His only Son, Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ,
and the Son just being faithful to that.
And Jesus Christ, though a member of the Trinity, cannot contradict the word of the Father.
Which, Richard, leads us back to what I said at the very beginning that started this discussion, which is, yes, the holy martyrs are in fact sacrifices. I would hate to be the person bringing that sacrifice.
Right. And I'm not going and sacrificing Jesus when I go and celebrate the Eucharist.
Right.
It's a good thing Father Eric's not here. We might get into
You clarify? Father Stephen, can you clarify that?
Jesus died in the year 30. It's 2023.
I like to hear that. You know, I
am leading a group of people, a community that lives together here in community. I am leading them in coming to once again participate in the sacrifice of Christ and the blessings that He received in return for it. And I'm leading them in it by explicitly in the liturgy calling on all of us to offer ourselves to God and our whole lives to God in the way that Christ did.
Is this related to how the Eucharist is before Christ's Passion?
I think He institutes the Eucharist before Christ's Passion because the institution of the celebration of the Passover is given in Exodus before the Passover occurs.
Wonderful.
That's God comes and tells Moses, in the future, here's how you will celebrate this day, this thing that I'm about to do, and then He does it. Right?
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm gonna sign off again.
Yeah.
I was gonna give my plug real quick before you carry on, please. Greek Bible study next Monday, 5:00. The Philotimo Forum YouTube channel, and also probably be streaming on Jacob's channel as well. So hope to see y'all then. Drop by, Father.
Thank you,
I
Tim.
may
Pretty
well.
great. That'd be awesome. I love it. I think yeah, it's gonna be awesome. So, all right, see y'all later.
Thank you, Tim.
Bye.
Everybody, please take some time. Go to Tim's channel,
Yep.
Timo, which he just put into the chat, and do subscribe. I expect it to be one of our biggest channels in this little corner, because Tim's a really nice guy.
By your prayers.
Okay, so where do we see the blood of a sacrifice being consumed in the Bible?
You don't.
Thank you. So far you do it.
Right, you don't. So yeah, no, this is we talked about this in Eucharist. This should be more striking to people. I'm always amazed at how many Christians have never thought about this. Right?
Yeah, fair
like
enough.
you don't drink blood, right? Acts 15. Right? Like we still don't drink blood, right?
Where were you during the blood libel? Where were you? Where were you?
Where was I talking about that? Oh, that was on the last episode of Lord of Spirits. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know if we want to go there, but you brought up blood libel. That how nobody understands that verse in what St. Matthew is doing with that verse because they don't know the Torah.
I don't get it either. So
okay,
go ahead.
Wait, what verse is this, Father Stephen?
The whole thing. It let his blood be on us and on our children.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Now that was clearly weaponized in horrible, hideous ways, right?
Yep.
And me explaining that that's the wrong interpretation doesn't help bring anybody back to life, right? So, but what St. Matthew's doing in his account of Christ's death, and he does this in subtle ways all over the place, is he's taking all kinds of sacrificial language from the Torah and using it in the descriptions of Christ's death to give this impression. And he's also doing this thing where people say things and they mean one thing by it, right? Like the high priest comes and says, well, it's better for one man to die, than for the people, right? To be wiped out by the Romans, right? It's better for one man to die for the people. He means that one way, right? Of course, the others say, but really, right? Like that this other thing that he didn't realize. And so, for example, when he describes Christ, they put the reed in his hand, and then they take the reed from him and hit him with it, and they spit on him. If you read in the Epistle of Barnabas, their description of what they did with the scapegoat, right, when they drove it out of the town, he uses the same word for reed that the Epistle of Barnabas does. Like it's the same Greek vocabulary. And they spit on it and they hit it with the reed, right? So as he's doing this poetic, symbolic thing of, see, Jesus is taking upon himself the sins of the people.
Got it.
So his blood be on us and on our children is referring back to the covenant ratification. When Moses sprinkled the people with the blood of the sacrifices.
Sure.
He's trying to say that Christ sacrifices the new covenant. The people say it meaning this one thing, but really see there's this other thing happening.
Sure.
Can I suggest from now on you sprinkle the Eucharist instead of actually?
Well, okay, back to that. Right. So I don't think this is going to satisfy you, but this is the explanation. I don't think I'm going to win you over with this, but this is the explanation. So the first time the commandment against drinking blood is given, it's given to Noah.
Correct.
Right. After the flood, when he's given permission to eat animals.
Correct.
Right. It's you can now eat animals, but you can't drink the blood. Right. Because the blood has the life in it. That then gets carried over to humans, right? You spill the blood of a human, your blood gets spilled by humans, right? And God's going to demand an account for the blood of every human, even from animals. So a lion eats you, God's going to ask the lion to explain itself, right? Sort of this, taking it to the extreme, right?
Sure.
So there's this shift that goes on in the first 9 chapters of Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
Where in the garden, Adam and Eve are told you can eat from all the trees except that one. When you're eating from a tree, you're not killing anything. You're not even killing a plant. Right? The creation is offering itself to you as food in a way that's not harming anything. So that at the expulsion from paradise, now things shift. Now Adam's going to have to work the ground. Sweat of his brow, right? To get food out of it. He's going to have to kind of work, apply his labor, get food out of the ground to eat, right? And that's what he's allowed to eat. Cain, after he commits the first murder, is cursed worst, right? Adam is told, cursed is the ground because of you. Cain gets told, you are cursed from the ground. The ground will not bring forth food for you. And because of that, he has to go build a city, because for him to live now, he's going to have to do commerce. He's going to have to trade. He's going to have to get food some other way. Right? So that is now plants are going to die. Now you're going to have to work. Right? So that's a shift. But humans still aren't allowed to be predatory. You're not allowed to go out there and hunt and kill other living things. Right? So when you get to the point after the flood, where Noah is now allowed to eat animals, you still have this commandment about the blood aimed at preventing human beings from again becoming fully predatory. Because now, yeah, you can go and hunt and you can kill the animal, but now you're going to have to take it back. You're going to have to prepare it in a very particular way, right? You're not just going to be like an animal. You can't go and take an animal you found dead and eat it. You can, later in the Torah, right? You still have to prepare it in this particular way that is sacralized, right? To prevent that kind of predatory nature, right? So the Christian understanding with this is that Christ's blood is his life, right? But we don't take his life from him. He offers his life to us, right? And that is eternal life and divine life that he offers to us to partake of. Like I said, I know that hasn't convinced Jacob.
It hasn't convinced me to that symbolically, like, I can never, ever symbolically do something which, like, to me, the idea that symbolically I could do something which the Torah itself forbids is like telling me, oh, spiritually you can do things which materially you can't. And it's like, how are you, the Torah like is the foundation of my symbolism.
Materially, it's bread and wine. So what's the problem?
Like,
again, like if you're having,
no, Matt, that doesn't solve the problem, because Jacob's, like, it's a misalignment between the spiritual and the material. Yes. Is his concern.
Right. And so from my perspective, and this is a difference, I think, it may be. I shouldn't say I even think. This may be a difference in terms of Jewish interpretation, right? And I don't know from Jacob, from your perspective, how much what we might call nominalism comes into this, right? As in, does God command not drinking blood because there's something wrong with drinking blood, or because it represents something evil, or is it wrong and evil because God commands against it?
Okay, so this gets into where I think Paul is such like off his rockers.
Okay.
Which is when you try to create some sort of division between the spirit of the law and the letter of the law, of a law that is given by God, right? Right? So when I follow the mitzvot to the degree that I do, and obviously I'm not a very observant Jew, to the degree that I do, right? I do it not because I understand it better. Like I certainly care about the spirit, but that spirit is contained in the letter that God has in fact given me, right? So for me to suddenly take that spirit and suck it out of the letter is it's the worst thing you can do.
Right. But that's not the question I'm asking, though.
It seems to me that it is. Like when the Torah says don't drink blood, right?
Right.
And this is a commandment even to Gentiles, but like how exactly we interpret that. But when the Torah says don't drink blood, there is no degree of reasoning and rational, give me symbolism and you can weave as many nice stories as you like. I am never taking your word over what is the Torah of Moses.
Yeah. So the question, I won't keep pressing the nominalism question, but
I think I understand what you're saying.
Jacob, you're saying this is Paul's problem that he presents, right?
Well,
I don't think this is directly connected.
I think the framework is, but in this sense, right? Father Stephen can tell me a very nice, draw a very nice line and make a nice midrash, and you can wow me over with whatever storytelling you want.
Sure.
But the word of God is all I have.
Sure.
And when it says quite clearly, right? And it's beyond that. So halachically, there are times when we see that, in fact, there are contravening, right? There are contravening moral reasons for, in fact, figuring things out. The Prus Bowl, right? Which in many senses, a lot of Christians would never want me to, a lot of Jews would never want me to defend, is something I will defend. And that is Prus Bowl. I will explain very briefly. It is a rabbinic invention which allows you to get away with collecting debts that the Bible otherwise wouldn't let you. Right? And we believe that it was Hillel who instituted it, and so it was there at the time of Jesus. And Jesus, I am not aware of Jesus being against it. But so the Prus Bowl, like these rabbinic inventions where someone like Hillel says there are reasons why these values of the Torah override this particular thing in a particular way, right? Et lasot lashem heferu toratecha is from Psalm 119. It is a time to do for God, and the literal translation is they have unwound your Torah, but the rabbinic interpretation is heferu toratecha. They have to sow your Torah, right? But the letter has to be the guiding thing. And so, I mean, when it comes down to it, I will never, ever say that eating pork is okay, even though I have eaten pork many times in my life.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I think the core here, right? So before God gave Noah permission to kill and eat an animal, right? Killing and eating an animal was sin.
Okay.
Right? You'd agree?
Um,
Outside of that permission, right? And then
Well,
after God
okay.
says that to Noah, if you didn't do it in the prescribed way, it was still a sin. Right? So if you didn't drain the blood, right? Or later on in the Torah, right? If you went and
this
ate
is
an
a
animal,
very different framing from how I understand
if you
halachic
went and ate it,
categories of sin.
well, you're if before a commandment is given, right? Once a commandment's given, you have to follow it, right? And when it takes the form with Noah of now you have the blessing to eat animals within this framework, right? Until that was given, it was sin. Now it's not because God has blessed it, right?
Okay, so this is a very different framework from how we see the eternal nature of the Torah. It's the Kalta Baraita Ubarata Alma. You peered into the Torah and you created the world. And so I don't have a temporal view where there was a time when the Torah itself was different. And this goes into the type of discussion I was having with Chazi, right? So did Isaac wear tefillin, right? Did he wear phylacteries? Well, the phylactery in it says Shema Israel, hear, O Israel. Guess what? Israel was not only not born yet, he wasn't named Israel yet.
Yeah.
Right? And I forget where exactly I read this, but he explains that the Avot, Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, would dig wells because in digging wells, they were performing the same spiritual labor that we do with putting on tefillin. So for me, the shift in the Torah from before creation, before there was a man named Moses, right? As it was given to Adam, and I do believe it was given to Adam, as it was given to Noah, as it was given then to at Sinai, and this actually may be the hardest thing to explain to Noahides, and we haven't really catechized Noahides on it well, is that while we say that the covenant of Noah is that same covenant that was given to Noah, as Maimonides makes very clear, and basically all the rabbis make clear, and I think it's even in the Talmud. At Mount Sinai, the covenant of Noah did in fact change. And that gets into why, for example, actually by halachic standards, right? Blood pudding is not the same problem as Rocky Mountain oysters is. Please, if you are Jewish or Gentile, do not eat Rocky Mountain oysters not for the reason you're thinking, but because they come from living animals.
Yeah.
And ever minachai is the actual prohibition, is to eat of a live animal.
Yeah.
And it's not lost on us that this is in character somewhat different from what was literally said to Noah, but that's because there was a fundamental change in creation, we believe, at Sinai. There was a fundamental change in creation at Sinai. And so what existed before Sinai is very different from what existed after Sinai, yet the Torah, and this is how I understand when, Chazi likes to talk about Torah Chadasha Me'iti Tetze, right? A new law will come forth from me, is that the new law of the Messiah may have a different container, but it must be the same Torah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And I think that's where this is going. Is I think there's a renewed covenant that's already started, and you don't.
right. Well,
And
and
it's very clearly in St. Paul's teaching that there's a new creation getting started, that there is a fundamental change to creation brought about by the death and resurrection of Jesus as the Messiah, which obviously, again, you don't accept. But I think that's part of the framework here. So I could agree with you about the covenant with Moses.
Mm.
I just think that then also applies to the it's called the New Testament. It's called the New Covenant, right? That's literally the title of the thing, of the collection, right? Like,
Okay. I have to. You brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeremiah 31 says, "I will make a new covenant that all shall know, from the greatest to the least,
Yeah.
and no man shall need to teach his brother."
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
And when that was written, my ancestors were painting themselves blue,
Okay.
dancing around fires, sacrificing members of neighboring tribes to demons.
Okay.
And now I'm sitting here arguing with you about Torah.
I am very glad that you are arguing with me about Torah, but
so
that
while
is
you may
still
think not much has changed,
not much
for my people, a whole ton has changed.
Well, hold on. I have to say, nothing has been as crazy to me as looking at that verse in, I believe it's Zechariah, that 70 men from each tongue will grab a Jew by his kanaf, however you want to translate that, and say to him, "We will go with you," in the plural. You in the plural, because we have heard that God is with you in the plural. And the fact that in our lives today, Jews are literally getting people coming up to, like Rabbi Skobach says, he receives an email a day of someone saying literally, I just want to hold on to your tzitzis. There's and now I'm going to cry again, but there's this guy who contacted me, and he was a Hebrew, like the Christians who keep the Torah, try to keep the Torah, right? Those people, and he had bought himself tzitzit, and a Jew told him he's not supposed to wear it, and he carries those tzitzit around with him. So, yeah, something has changed.
Yeah.
But that change is not the obvious change that is described in Jeremiah 31, where we no one is teaching anyone the Torah.
Do
you want me to pull up the verses? I can pull up the verses.
I know the verses. But when Jeremiah wrote that,
yeah,
he's watching the people go into exile.
Mm-hmm.
How many humans on this earth were worshiping the God of Israel?
Much fewer than now.
Exactly. How many billions, at least in their minds? I know most of them were doing it the wrong way. That's right. But how many humans, at least in their minds, are are trying to worship the God of Israel. Billions.
Billions,
Like
yes.
60%
And I
of
have
the planet now, I think.
I do have to pull out my other trump card.
Yeah.
Islam.
I'll throw them in.
No, throw them in. And you got majority of the planet.
I'll agree with you that they're doing it the wrong way. Right?
Yeah.
Self-consciously, that's what they're doing.
And
Right.
I will tell you that I think you're doing it the wrong way, just
Right.
like the Muslims are.
Right. Right.
And
But-
I hate to say this, but when it says "Vatem tiyu li mamlechet kohanim," I think God may have in fact pointed out who might be the priest in this live stream.
Well, we'll all find out. There are various kinds of priesthood,
There you go. There you go. There you go.
to which various priests are.
The verse I quoted was, "And you shall be for me a nation of priests."
Yeah.
Well, I was curious how you see this relating to like if Isaac on the altar was pointing to sacrificing the highest, and that's the pointing at the Father wanting the highest that you have to offer, like you, like that the high, and if it's pointing at you rather than even Isaac, right? If that's the case, if this also relates to John 1:1 and a breaking of time of Alpha and Omega.
Was that directed at me before I answered, just in case it was at Jacob?
Oh,
Okay.
it definitely wasn't.
Okay.
I have no idea what John 1. Like, oh yeah, John 1:1 is yeah, okay, that one I do know.
Yeah. Well, there was in Second Temple Judaism, one of the more common, not the most, but one fairly common reading of the suffering servant in Isaiah was that it was talking about Isaac. And then through that to Israel, right? They were sort of talking about Isaac, and that Isaac there is symbolic of his descendants, right? Of the people. And I think it's actually the connecting of that to Jesus, I think actually was more early Christians connecting it to Isaac than just like, oh yeah, clearly everybody, this is about the Messiah, right? And therefore, since Jesus is the Messiah, it must be about Jesus, right? I think it was more nuanced than that. And so
Yeah,
it is
because early Christians understood like the category that Jacob was outlining really well, and then from there they're building this idea of Christ as the exemplar, like he's the this might sound controversial, but as the true Israel, right? Like just as the exemplar of Israel,
Fulfillment.
the Israel of Israel. So from there, then you can funnel that into a particular person, right? Would you like? What do you think about that?
part of what the gospel writers are trying to say is, in terms of expressing, here's why we believe Jesus is the Messiah, right? Here's our understanding of our experience with him. Is in some places it's Israel, that he embodied Israel in a certain way. He embodied the experience of Israel in his life and in his person.
Yeah, he gets kicked out. He goes to Egypt. He
Of the
comes
people
back.
as a whole, right? Goes to Egypt and comes back. Goes into the wilderness for 40 days instead of 40 years. Is tested there, right? That he sort of embodies, right? There's also a lot of him sort of embodying the Torah. I think that's part of what's going on. Got to refer to him again, but if you read Boyarin's article, Gospel of the Memra, where he's interpreting John 1 through 18, where he's talking about the word is specifically referring to the Torah, not to a philosophical concept. That Jesus, in some way, his life, his personhood was an expression of the Torah, right? In living it out. Yeah, and so yeah, it's not that he replaces Israel or he's the real Israel and the other one's fake. It's that he sort of embodies in his person, right?
Yeah, it's both and. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, and you even get in Hebrews the connection that the reason is part of that Isaac Jesus connection. The reason Abraham was willing to do that is that he knew that God could raise the dead. So if he killed Isaac, he knew, and he had been promised he was going to have offspring through Isaac, then obviously God is going to do something to fix this. If I'm obedient and he's God, so he can do that, right? That's,
well, even if you were going to take that step, you're sacrificing a certain kind of understanding of reality in order to
yeah.
that.
And he'd seen God bring Isaac from a dead womb.
And actually, the Midrashim say that, in fact, the reason why it's that he calls out Abraham twice is that he did sacrifice him. God resurrected him, and Abraham was going to do it again.
Oh, it didn't take. Yeah. Right. So of course, yeah. So God could do that, but there is that element where Isaac is this embodiment of all the promises that have been given to Abraham, right? And God says, "Go sacrifice everything," right? The whole package. Yeah. So there is that there. I think it's important from an Orthodox Christian perspective that we be careful about how we express inter-Trinitarian relationships in terms of Christ's self-offering.
Okay.
Right? We're not going to veer into penal substitutionary atonement, right?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, just this once.
Me genito, right?
Okay.
That was for all you folks who love. This is the Greek Bible study stream still, technically, right? There you go. Optative mood. Anyway, I recommend anybody who didn't read it. Last week during Holy Week, they posted on the Antiochian Archdiocese website, our new Metropolitan Saba, a meditation he had on Holy Week, basically slagging penal substitutionary atonement.
Oh, I didn't see that. Oh, that's too bad. Oh my gosh, I missed that.
But in that, one of the points he wants to make is that the action of our redemption is an act of love by the three persons of the Trinity in accord.
Sure.
So it's not the Father doing something to his Son, right? Or right, that this is God with the full agreement of the Son, the full agreement of the Holy Spirit, right? And acting this. And what he really wants to emphasize is that this is Christ as divine actor coming and accompanying humanity sort of through all the stages of our life, which is what St. Athanasius talks about it on the Incarnation. Right? And so this is the ultimate display of God's love, because it is God with us in our sorrows, in our suffering, in our death, in our life, in our joy, in our celebrations. Right? And so not only is the New Testament sort of presenting Jesus as this embodiment of Israel, this embodiment of the Torah, but also as an embodiment of God, right? As his Son, because the Son has the characteristics as the image of the Father on the earth in a unique way. The mono unis, we can get back.
Do you see anything in that sounds like Passover to you? or maybe another
all of it sounds like Passover to me. I think that's the controlling metaphor, right?
I was just curious because
yeah,
you'll see, like, you can tell, like, there's different interpretations of this crucifixion moment and what that sacrifice means in different strains of Christianity. But we're all kind of circling different angles. Like, we're all trying to get at that Passover event, in a sense.
right.
You know?
And Passover is about freedom from slavery.
But I did want to.
That's at the base level, right? And so
It's a mortification.
when we celebrate, right, and this is all the liturgics the last 2 days, right, that I've had, we still call it Pascha, we still call it the Passover. But that it's New Covenant, it's a renewed Passover, right, where we're set free from slavery to sin and death, which is not absent from, if you've heard the Lord of Spirits episode and stuff where I talk about the Sea of Reeds was part of the underworld in Egyptian texts from that period. And there were these incantations and prayers they'd use that they thought would get them safely across the Sea of Reeds, sort of into the good place. And the people who didn't make it, the damned, the condemned, were sort of caught in the reeds and were called the drowned ones.
That relates to Jonah.
Yeah. And so there's this symbolism going on in the crossing of the Red Sea. When you read the Song of the Sea, if you know some of that Egyptian stuff, the Song of the Sea in Exodus 15 is playing with that to slam the Egyptians, right? They're the drowned ones. You know, the Israelites are brought safely, you know, through sort of literally the valley of the shadow of death, walls of water, right? on either side. And the Egyptians are the drowned ones, you know. They're the losers. And there's all the right arm stuff. So Mentu, who was the Egyptian god of war, he was a hypostasis of Re, the sun god. He was the right arm of Re. And so all this stuff about the Lord doing a mighty act with his own arm, right, with his right arm.
Sure.
Later on, I'm trying to remember which prophet it is. I think it might be Jeremiah, where it talks about God breaking the right arm of Pharaoh. Right? You're like, well, that's awfully specific, but it's a shot at this, you know, like this is sort of the symbol of your power, and he's going to come and snap it, you know.
Okay, so I've brought this up with you before, but you didn't quite give me your take on it. As I am constantly pointing out, Ishmael and Edom, or Esav, or whatever you want to call it, they are not members of the Table of Nations. They're not one of the
Abrahamites. Yes.
Yeah, they are not of the 70 nations. And the Jewish understanding of this is that there's somebody's mic needs to be muted. The Jewish understanding of this is Abraham being the spiritual father of all nations, and we've always been very adamant about this. Is in fact, so there's Isaac and Ishmael, and then there's Jacob and Esau. And so Ishmael and Esau, in fact, encompass spiritually the 70 nations. And Israel is the nation of priests, whereas all the other nations, because the word Hebrew, meaning literally to cross over, and Abraham, Lech lecha me'artzecha me'moladecha mi'beit avicha, right, became a Hebrew by spiritually crossing over. And so our understanding is that Christianity being Edom and Islam being Ishmael will take over the world and spiritually represent the 70 nations as the nations, and Israel will be the nation of priests. I'm guessing you don't agree with this characterization.
Yeah, I mean it's not totally remote. So I think that what St. Paul is doing with the Gentiles is influenced by something you see, like for example, in the Testament of Naphtali, in the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs.
Okay.
So Testament of the 12 Patriarchs has testaments for each of the 12, right? And some of them you've got a lot more material than others, right? To meditate on, right?
Yeah.
Like Reuben, you've got some stuff, Levi, Judah, obviously there's tons, right? You get to somebody like Naphtali, there's not a lot of detail, right? In the Torah to work from. And so with some of those, so Naphtali becomes sort of this image of just the northern tribes. So that's what they deal with in that. It's like, what's going on with those northern tribes, right? Where are they? And of course, this is written well after they've ceased to exist, essentially, right? In a hereditary sense, at least. And there's sort of this mourning, right, about their destruction, right? It's sort of foreseen from the perspective of the text, right, that they're going to end up going off into Assyrian exile and kind of disappearing. But then there's this angel comes and says, well, but, yeah, this is bad, but through this, the Assyrians, the Babylon, lists all of these nations, right? The Kaphtorim, all these people. They are going to come and have a share in Judah through that exile. And I think that's kind of where St. Paul is going, like in Romans 9 through 11, that it's through them being dispersed into the nations. That's like seeds, right? Seed gets cast to the earth, it dies. And then this fruit gets brought forward later. That's going to come back, right? And I think he sees that as the mechanism for the incorporation of members of the 70 nations.
So how does
then around Judah, with Judah still being Judah and Levi still being Levi within the Testaments, for example.
But I mean, a consistent certainly through for Edom, but also for Ishmael, is this idea that in fact Edom and Ishmael will be reintegrated, and if you're going to only do it through Israel, right? This is part of the thing that I end up like trying to explain to a lot of Christians who seem to have this idea that like, oh, Judaism believed that God belongs to us and the rest of you are going to hell.
Yeah, no.
That's not a thing. And this interpretation, which, I mean, obviously you're not taking it in the same manner that a lot of other people have, but there are certainly with the British Israelites and then the Black Hebrew Israelites, right? They've taken that beyond.
Or the Mormons, yeah.
Yes. And so that framework, I think, still kind of buys into this idea that the God of Israel is only the God of Israel, as opposed to the God of all of the children of Abraham.
I don't think, this is where Romans 9 comes in. I don't think line of interpretation, whatever we want to call it, sees Esau or Edom and Ishmael as completely cut off. I think they're drawing on Deuteronomy chapter 2 and seeing Edom, Ishmael, Moab, Ammon as having a different status than the 70 nations still, for as long as they remain faithful to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
You mean Abraham and Isaac?
Well, yeah. Well, he was still the God of Jacob. Yeah. I mean, Esau and Jacob originally worshiped the same God, right?
Well, I mean, it says Shnei Leumim beBitnech, right? So there are two nations in your.
Yeah. But God isn't just the God of Israel, right? That they had this ever. I think that's what St. Paul is doing at the beginning of Romans 9, because he has the two quotations. And one of the problems with a lot of Christian interpretation, I won't pick on anybody in particular this time, but a lot of Christian interpretation is that when the New Testament quotes a verse from the Hebrew Bible, they don't go back to the Hebrew Bible and read it in context to determine what it means and what the New Testament author might be saying by quoting it, right? They just kind of try to interpret it in situ, right? It's just like, well, what does it seem to be saying here in the New Testament? Because when he quotes first, the older shall serve the younger, that's from the time when Jacob and Esau were born, the people. And when he quotes, Jacob I have loved, Esau I have hated, that's way down the road. Right? And that's talking about the two nations, right, that have come out. And so when Edom was in a vassal relationship with Israel, right, mm-hmm. they prospered and they had a share in this land that had been given to Abraham. When they turned on Judah and broke that covenant relationship they had with Judah, they were cut off from that.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not we're not infringing on your time or anything, Father Stephen. I know it's like 30 over there.
Fine.
Okay. And then you should probably introduce Hezi. Have you guys met?
Hezi and I have met.
Oh, okay.
We met. I don't want to disturb this fantastic conversation. While my kids were eating breakfast and I was listening with my earpod, they see me just shaking my head. They're like, "What's wrong?" I'm like, "Nothing." But when I'm forgetting the verse, but when the Israelites, when God is talking to Moses, and when the Israelites are on their way back to Israel, God says, "Edom, your brother." Right? You got to be. He uses the term brother, and you're not going to be going into his land because this is very much their land and this is their story.
Yeah,
it's something that people.
Yeah.
Right. So people often forget that they're like God. There are other stories and other screenplays being played out for different people.
Yeah.
And so the Torah is a
Moab, Ammon, even the Philistines are in there. The Kaftarim are in there.
Yeah, I've been mentioned this in the stream before, but in the prophets, we are later told that it's called Mitzrayim, Egypt, my people, right? These are not about the Edomites, but they're called my people, which is usually only used for the Israelites, and Ashur, the Assyrians, Maaseh Yadai, the creations of my hands. So there is a sense of the prophets that God is very much interested in making sure that it is that all are aware that all are his sons and all are his people.
And what happened to Egypt? It became, well, it adopted 5 of the councils, at least, right? And the Assyrians adopted all 7.
Now you're calling out the Copts?
A wild Andrew.
Really? You're calling out the Copts?
That's fruit. That's that fruit that Stephen's talking about. That's that messianic age, I guess.
Only the three important ones.
I think we forget sometimes that Egypt, first of all, in Hebrew, right, the Exodus of Egypt could be read not only as the Israelites being freed from slavery, but the whole Egyptians themselves being freed from the Egyptians experiencing the Exodus as well. So while the Israelites perceive it as miraculous, that miracle is obviously experienced by the Egyptians as plagues, but it's supposed to be sending a global message. And the peak of theological theological practice at the time was Egypt, and we know that their wizards were fairly well versed in their own versions of their dark arts, like Allah Bilam, and we are told that they're very aware of Moses, right, and they are trying to incorporate him inside to their into their story. When Moses leaves and he looks right and left, or when he goes out to sea and his brother's suffering, that could be read he's trying to determine whether he's part of the Israelites, the son of Amram, or is he part of the Egyptian court, which are also his brothers. So the Exodus of Egypt is really also in a certain way trying to redeem Egypt itself from you guys have gotten as far as you have with your own version of understanding what God is. However, at that point, there was a new phase. So, yeah.
And
That's
do I recall correctly also, just to add on to that the Passover is also extended somehow to the Egyptians as well? Or am I misremembering?
It's introduced with God saying, "Tonight I will render judgment against all the gods of Egypt."
Right.
Not now I'm going to smite all the people
Right.
of Egypt. Right. Now I'm going to wipe out all the filthy Egyptians. Right? I'm going to render judgment on the gods of Egypt who were enslaving them. Right? So there's also the mixed multitude that comes out. There's a lot of people with Egyptian names running around in
this relates to what you were saying, Father Stephen, but like the Bible is clearly, well, I might say clearly, and Jacob might not like this, but it seems seemingly that the Bible, the Torah, is culturally appropriating a lot of terms, like you were talking about in the Sea of Reeds, or I'll send out my stretched arm, my hand.
Yeah.
This is all in context of what's happening in Egypt at the time, and very much trying to speak to the Egyptian people. And we also see in a midrash that post the drowning of the Egyptians, the angels sing, and God gets very upset about this and says, "How are you guys singing and praising while my creations are drowning?" And there's like, and the response is, the Israelites can sing because they're in this moment right now, and they're experiencing something else that they
finish because when he gets phone calls, this happens. Are you back?
I think I'm back, yeah, but I actually do need to go, so I'm sorry for that. Jacob, you're welcome to finish. Thank you all for keep on doing what you guys are doing. This is an amazing, beautiful space.
Thank you, Hezzy.
Thank you, Hezzy.
So the question becomes, how can Israel sing Hallel when God's creations are drowning? And the answer given is that since we were being saved, we can sing Hallel, but the angels cannot. And that's actually the reason why we have a few practices which recognize that a deliverance which requires the destruction of other people is less than a perfect perfect geulah, a perfect redemption.
Yeah. Oh, before I forget, Jacob.
Yes.
The curse of the law. Not saying that the law is a curse.
I'm glad you see that. Martin Luther did not seem to understand it that way.
Deuteronomy 28 through 30. right?
Yep.
Hey, I set before you life and death, blessings and curses.
Yep.
The Torah concludes with a bunch of curses for what happens when you violate it, when you disregard it. And it's all predicting stuff that was going to happen to Israel. In fact, it says, when you break my commandments,
Yep.
all this will happen. And St. Paul is saying, yeah, we were under the curse of the Torah, right? We blew it, right? And we were under that curse, and now we've been set free from that.
There are some
anti-Torah. It means you're not under the curse anymore.
Yeah, there's many Christian traditions that they have a rich tradition of talking about loving the law, very very law-philic, but and there's some antinomian strains too, but I don't think they're represented here.
So I'll put Matt on the spot regarding Kurt, Acts 15 and eating blood. So I was shocked to find out that the Eastern Orthodox still hold to that practice. So they will not, for example, have blood pudding.
Or down here, blood boudin.
No, that's cool. I don't know. Like I tend to think, to me, my impression is that the Noahide category seems to be post-exile, but it's built obviously on Torah foundations, and in a real sense, like that's what the first ecumenical council was trying to figure out. Though it might be anachronistic to say, like, are they trying to figure out if Gentiles, if the Goyim are Noahides or not? I don't know if those are the categories they were arguing about with between James and Paul, but I think those are the concepts that they were dealing with. And I'm not running around drinking blood or eating live animals or eating food from sacrificed, coming from temples. So I guess I'm Noahide as much.
Be a little careful at Indian restaurants.
Well, and also when I became aware enough of Act 15, I stopped bragging that I ate pork boil at a Korean barbecue restaurant. Back when I used to think that was cool.
So Father Stephen, you gonna introduce Matt to the Book of Jubilees, or should I?
Well, I do have a book coming out very soon. It's an introduction.
I'll get to it after I finish your podcast.
That includes Jubilees. The page is already up on Amazon, but the book's not available yet. But coming soon.
So the Book of Jubilees, which is not in the Jewish Bible and hence not in the Protestant Bible, but is in some Christian Bibles, is definitely pre-exilic and very, including Andrew's Bible apparently, very clearly alludes to the covenant of Noah. So it was very obviously, this is not a Talmudic thing, regardless of what the campaigns StopNoahidelaws.com and the chain, like there are videos with hundreds of thousands of views. Okay, I'm gonna tell this little corner story.
Take up to Leviticus. I mean, just end run the whole thing.
No. I have.
Yeah, that's all you have to do with me.
So I am looking at Jordan Peterson videos, and somebody in the comments literally seemed to believe this. So there is this concept among the anti-Noahides, which there's more of them than you would believe, who think that the Noahide laws have in fact been passed by Congress already. I won't even go with how they believe that. Yes.
Okay.
So the Rebbe's birthday is a official holiday in the United States. Every year, Congress, and it refers to the Noahide laws. So they believe that because the declaration of his birthday, because he taught the Noahide laws, refers to the Noahide laws. Now it's an act of Congress, and the Noahide laws are legally binding in the United States.
Okay.
And what's going to happen is that capital punishment is going to apply when the Noahide laws start getting applied in the United States.
Enforced, yeah.
And so this strangest law in there is Ever Minachai, right? Eating of a live animal. And the Rebbe actually did, in fact, tell people to not to kill the lobster before you boil it, because he thought that was cruel and applicable within the Noahide laws.
Yep.
And this guy thought that the reason that Jordan Peterson is blowing up with these lobsters is because it is a campaign to make people think that lobsters are so important that people should be put to death if they ate lobsters. And that is how the rabbis are going to kill all the Gentiles.
First, they tell me I'm going to have to eat bugs. Now they tell me they're going to kill me for eating bugs. Who do I believe now?
And I was just like, wow, the internet is filled with many wondrous things.
Yeah, because that's a work of art. Work of art.
Did you see? They posted some excerpts from my last book, the audio book, on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And some random person posted this wall of text under one of them that goes on and on. I mean, you got to scroll and scroll through this thing. And it's all these weird quotes, mainly from modern Greeks, about how the Greeks are better than the Jews. That the Jews are not really God's people, the Greeks are.
Okay.
Right? And so it goes on and on and on, just this weird rant. And so I replied to it and just put no. With a period after it. And he never replied again. He just left it alone.
Bad.
Okay, I got a text. I have to, in fact, mention that Estuary is happening. Chino is happening. We are having a little conference in Chino in May. If you are interested in it, there are videos on Jonathan Pajot and John Vervaeke and Paul Vanderklay's channels, which discuss what we are going to be discussing at this wonderful event. And anyone who is interested can go to the website and participate. We are going to be camping, and we're going to be having a lot. And there's going to be a tour by Jonathan Pajot of an Eastern Orthodox church. I don't know which one.
I thought you were going to say of Chino. I was like, what?
And seating is limited at that event, where he is going to be explaining the icons and imagery at that church. So
I don't know if you know this. I grew up in Redlands.
I did not know that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And my wife is from Westminster.
Okay.
Like in Orange County. Like
Okay.
Garden Grove, Anaheim.
Right.
So you're coming to Chino?
No, I didn't go to Chino when I lived there.
Okay. I didn't say it, but I did say it. I told John not to have it in Chino. I literally begged him to let me have it at USC, which I think I could have accomplished, and it wasn't up to me. I used to be a professional event organizer, and it's like, John, please let me help you. And John is John. It is his thing. This is John's baby. John gets to do what John wants.
Yeah. Yes. It's like our National Archdiocese Convention several years back was held in Van Nuys.
Well, that makes more sense than Chino.
But still, Van Nuys. Like, I think Adam Carolla once described Van Nuys as a bunch of Mexican people walking in circles waiting to die.
I went to Van Nuys High School, okay? I went to Van Nuys High School, which and actually Reseda is the armpit of the valley.
That's yeah.
And I mean, I did not find this out until after high school, but apparently 50% of the San Fernando Valley's economy is pornography. Yeah.
Okay, I was right next to Riverside, and like our area that I grew up in the Inland Empire was the world's leading producer of methamphetamine. So.
Nice.
Victorville is still pretty rough that way out there.
Yeah.
Actually, there are direct flights to Chino. So Ontario Airport is, I believe, an international airport. So whereas Burbank is not. Although still lots of people are flying into LAX because they have to. But if you are flying in, yes, you should fly into Ontario if you can, because it will cost you probably like $100 to get from, because it's like a 2-hour drive.
Very far.
Yeah. Chino's out in the middle of nowhere, and it was like, John, please. But
one off-topic personal question for Jacob.
Yes.
You live in Los Angeles.
I do.
You came from Iran.
I did. Yes.
Do you have any chandeliers in your house?
What?
Okay, I love you. Have you
context, please?
Okay, so you have to understand that Iranian. I actually have Louis I have like French whatchamacallit, French couches that my parents bought right there, which like they are the most Persian thing in the world. Okay, yeah. So you have to understand Persian culture, and being a fashionable person in Iran, especially during the time of the Shah, was to speak French and to have French things.
Okay.
And so when people came to the United States, one of the things that they did very much was to use a very French decor, which was similar to what was incredibly fashionable in Iran here in the United States. And that it is very distinctive, including with chandeliers. And believe it or not, the chandelier in the first house we bought when we came to the United States may have been the most expensive single thing in our house. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. So while the chandeliers have certainly gotten less, and the fact is my parents bought those couches when my sister, when suitors were coming to see my sister when she was dating to get married. and I've considered just throwing them away. If anybody in Los Angeles wants antique French furniture, I feel bad throwing them away, but they're in such a state of disrepair that, like, yeah. And if anybody wants to come and play Magic here, should I bring my Magic cube to the Lord of Spirits conference?
I don't think you'll have time.
Okay.
By the way, Richard Rowland has agreed to be our dungeon grand master.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
So he is actually prepping the adventure and copies of the adventure. I'm going to be DMing one group. There's going to be a few other people.
I was
That's
promised.
awesome.
I was promised that if I come, I get to be a bard.
Yeah, this is a first edition tournament module we're going to be playing. One of the old RPGA tournament modules from the classic period.
Wow.
So I'm just going to be watching the look on Archbishop Alexander Golitsyn's face as he watches the rest of the conference unfold that he was invited to speak at. And ever since he agreed, there's been these like Lord of Spirits fans like taking selfies with him, like when he goes to visit churches and things, asking him what he's going to talk about. I think he's very confused by the whole process.
I am very impressed that you knew about the chandeliers. And was it you who told me about the mints? Because when I went to visit
the king peppermints,
So when I visited the Dominique Vanderclay, I actually bought him some Wilhelmina mints.
Yeah.
I had to order them from the internet to find Wilhelmina, which supposedly they were just big mints, but they weren't. Yeah, they were just.
They're kind of chalky. Yeah.
Yeah. I was expecting like something a little bit stronger,
But
it was certainly not like the horseradish you get at a Passover at a Hasidic house.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I had we had a couple of Serbian people who were at our Pascha vigil and the ensuing festivities who just kept telling us, "You people know how to party." And when you hear that from a Serb, because they fire guns in the air like to celebrate things. So
yeah, the vigil. So some people, it's mostly a Hasidic thing, but and somewhat Sephardic thing. But on the seventh night of Passover, there's a vigil. On and on whatchamacallit, there's a vigil. On Pentecost, there's a vigil, which that one almost everybody does. And there's a vigil also for Hoshana Rabbah, which is very, very few people participate in. But there was a time when I was a good boy almost for some of these things. Yeah.
So our service started at 10 p.m. That service started at 10 p.m. And I left at 3 a.m. from the party, which was all the stuff we weren't allowed to have for about 50 days. So it was meat, cheese, cheesy meat, foods. And when I left at 3 a.m., most of the men were collected outside. They had a couple of acoustic guitars. They were smoking pipes and cigars.
Nice.
They had liquor with them. They were still going outside. So I think it went till 4:30 in the morning. And then
so I'm guessing they actually fasted during Lent.
Yeah. Which means they wrecked themselves by eating all that meat. But and then we had another service, sort of the epilogue service that's a little shorter at noon. And then we had everybody out to our house, my wife and I, for an open house that we always do. So that was another 3 hours of drinking and eating meat and cheese and cheesy meat. I got a couple of bottles of good Arak out of it. So
hey, you can't beat good Arak. So feel free not to answer, but do you have kids?
We do not.
Oh, yes. This happens to be yeah, not having kids seems to be a blessing that God gives to people who are able to write books faster than I can read them. Because there are certain rabbis, including the rabbi who never had kids, while I mean, hopefully everyone who can have kids will have kids, and God bless them with their kids. But
we have piles of kids at the church, so that's,
yeah.
I mean, really, they're all like there's like 30 kids under age 8, like in our parish.
Father Eric said that they have 300 in their Wednesday night, like catechesis.
Oh, wow.
Kids.
Yeah.
300 in their parish.
You mentioned you lived in Riverside, Father Stephen.
I grew up in Redlands, so I was smushed in between San Bernardino and Riverside. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I visited St. Andrews when I first
Yeah.
And one of the most precious things I've ever seen is seeing that gigantic line of children, like almost running to get communion. It's so precious.
Yeah. My Bishop Nicholas, who visited on the 5th Sunday of Lent. So if you're Orthodox, you know the 5th week of Lent is when we have all the extra long services.
Right.
And I got notified like 3 weeks before that. Oh, my bishop's going to be visiting for those extra long services. That'll make this much easier.
Yes.
He tells everybody when they get married, they're obligated to have 12 children. So
there you go.
We had our bishop come over for Palm Sunday, so yep, there was chance upon chance upon chance.
Yeah. How long did the liturgy end up being with the bishop there?
So we had a liturgy in the morning, and then that went till about started at 7:30, went till I want to say 12, and then right after we had funerary prayers, which I did not stay for. That was way too much for me.
4.5 hours sounds about right.
Yeah. And then they had vespers after that. So it's crazy. The deacons there are very devout.
Yeah. Well, you guys have a lot. It seems like in Coptic churches, every adult able-bodied man becomes a subdeacon.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Apparently, people are already asking Andrew before he gets charismated, whether he's going to become a deacon.
Yeah.
When my younger sister lived in West Virginia, she came to the cathedral I was at all the time, but she never became Orthodox. But she went so much, they tried to make her the head of the president of the women's group. She's like, I'm not actually Orthodox.
That wouldn't stop you from being head of the women's group. You don't have to be Jewish to be head of the women's group.
So it just means they see something in you. That's
yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tap out. It's 2 a.m. over here, but thanks for letting me listen to y'all, and thanks for letting me field questions from my perspective.
Yeah.
Great having you.
Smells and bells are all right. It's you guys do cool things. You got the cool stuff. So sorry I came in hot.
Wow. I'll have to go back and watch.
Well, I mean, so Father Stephen says, he thinks of Protestantism as the turkey sandwich, whereas, whereas Eastern Orthodoxy is the full Thanksgiving dinner, and I think of Judaism as coming home and mom cooking for you.
See, my mom made the Thanksgiving dinner, so both worlds.
I'm going to tap out too. Before I go, we were talking, Jacob, you've been having that ongoing conversation about love, potentially being an idol or what have you. And the way that we were talking about love earlier, I just, it seems to me that, and I understand what you're getting at, but that the love that's being pointed at is something that smashes idols. So,
Good
I hope
point.
that's. What's that, Richard?
That's a good parting thought.
Yeah. Thank you for everything that you folks do hosting these, and thank you, Father Steve, for joining us.
Good night.
Have a good one.
Okay, both Andrew and Richard are going to turn into pumpkins because they are in school, and so goodbye, gentlemen.
Have a good one.
Now it's just the two of us in a death match. So, was there anything you wanted to talk shop about when everyone's away, or should I let you go to sleep?
I don't know. I should probably go to bed too. But yeah,
yeah.
Today's one of my relaxation days, so I just thought I'd come and talk. And
well, I mean,
wasn't worried about the time.
It's been 6 hours. It's incredibly generous of you, and frankly, I can't imagine Tim having a greater launch of his
Yes.
channel and Bible study than this way. We're going to be sending this far and wide, so
Everybody should come back and watch it next week.
You have in fact inaugurated and blessed this. I was wondering if you wanted to actually give Tim's channel an official archpriestly blessing of sorts.
I don't know if I can do that. I'll have to check out all the content. I'll have to,
Okay.
but I will subscribe myself to his channel.
Okay.
So
yes. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay.
I could do that much.
Good night, everyone. I am going to end this broadcast.